Hello, everybody. Thanks for the hydrate. It's a little funny, the hydrate and the ready starting soon screen. How's everyone doing? Yummy Vendetta, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome in. So, today, believe it or not, we're going to be working more on conveyors and movers and all that jazz. It's getting really close though. We're probably going to implement like conveyor saving and loading, which I don't think will be too bad. Yeah, we're almost there, so just got to keep working at it. But yeah, I do need to I think I might need to mess with some stuff on actually no, it'll be fine, never mind. I was thinking about like the tile set stuff and like the way that I because I had this issue before where when you place tiles on multiplayer, like the grass and stuff, it like can place multiple times, but I realized the conveyors are kind of completely different, so it's fine. Yeah, so I've been working a lot on optimization on both just the conveyors and other things too. I optimized all the recipe buildings, which is just stuff like the crafter and refinery and, you know, anything that crafts things. There's a couple buildings that don't use the recipe building script, like the furnaces. And I would kind of like to move the furnaces over into that same script, because it just seems like it'd be nice to like have everything using the same script, because then I can like optimize it. I'm thinking of adding like another tag to buildings that kind of like marks it and says, hey, this building does not have a selectable recipe. So it's just the active recipe will just be whatever it is based off of the input, you know? So, but yeah, I don't know. Because it would, then I could like just use that same one for furnaces. Yeah, anyways. Let's jump into it. So I'm currently just looking at fixing some issues right now. There is one bug here where when you're placing a land tile, I don't know why I'm doing this stupid, but okay, because this is only when it's Starground building land tile. I think that's the issue here that we're having. Because I'm checking the building ID. I think what I need to do is like, I don't know, pass in something else. But yeah, I realize this is only going to be setting tiles on Viridian. So I don't even know how people are placing down the other ones. Because if I go into the buildings table, it's going to create scene floating platform. And that does all this stuff. I think I realize now I'm actually just a fool. Yeah, because I need to make it use this. And that's why one person just reported an issue with Opus where like this bug has happened before. It's literally the bug I just talked about, where on multiplayer it can consume multiple tiles when you place down a tile. The reason it works with this is because then set modified tile in here. This will check and make sure that it's not already like a tile there. So I think. Yeah, see if existing data and it's already land, then we just immediately say, hey, return false. There's already a tile here. So yeah, that's what we need to do. We just need to link it up to that instead. I need to figure out how. And also, like, this has to be on a different region and everything, so I have to work on that. So what do I say here? And honestly, one thing that I'm realizing here is that if I don't need to run all of this business here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. This doesn't need to be optimized. It's not slow. It only happens whenever you place down a building, so. Okay, so yeah, I need to change this. And I need to run this set modified tile on a different region. Yeah. So let's just say, there's got to be a way that we can, like, get this info. I guess I could just have it in build data. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll do. How do I know, though, if, or I guess it's because I banned that tile specifically in yeah. So let's just go to, buildings. And then on land tile, I think I have that, like... Okay, so I just have it banned to Tyria and Opus. Which, yeah. And then likewise, I'm sure floating platform is banned on Viridian and Tyria, yeah. Okay. So how am I gonna know if I can place it as a tile? I think I'll just say, is tile. We're just saying land tile is true. Land tile. So now we can say in here, has items. So instead of checking that, now what we're gonna say is, because we're gonna be passing in this build data thing, so we can say if build data dot object dot get land tile, then we know that our object is a land tile. So easy enough, and then all we're gonna say down here is just, yeah, get the position stuff, set the tile. Now instead of setting it at Viridian, we're gonna set it at our current region. So we're gonna say mod API to get region ID at position. And there's just gonna be position. Region ID is that. Alright. Now I can replace Viridian with that. Cool. Yeah, because we don't actually... I think that old land tile scene was out of date. I don't think we use that anymore. This in here? Yeah, I don't use this anymore. I still need the custom class and everything, but yeah. Okay, well, I think this will work. So now we're just gonna make sure that we are actually placing a land tile, and if so, settle the stuff like normal. So let's test that out. Might as well just run 2 instances and see if that fixes the issue on multiplayer. Because yeah, that was the bug that was reported in here. Multiplayer floating platform placement, extra consumption. Yeah. So that should fix that now. I really want to get this update ready to go. Because I want to get all these fixes and changes out to the public, you know? We definitely will be doing an experimental branch, though, as previously aforementioned. So... it's taken a million years to load. Really is taking its sweet time, huh? Hey, what's up, Ryan? How's it going? Okay, so let's host a game. Let's host on a cool epic save like that one. And then... wait for it to load up. Did that just do the placement sound? It's odd. Oh. Big Boyd with another D. I was actually thinking about a solution to that issue with like the naming thing. I think what I'm gonna do is that if there's already somebody connected, I'm just gonna append a number on the end. Also, yeah, this is a funny thing. You can't see conveyors yet on multiplayer. That's something that we will be working on for conveyors, is making them visually sync on multiplayer. Okay, so let's go to Opus. And then what I'm gonna do here is just give myself some floating platforms. All right. Big Boyd with 3Ds. Is that gonna be a thing? I might have to fix that. Because I had to actually put in the tags for that player to exist. That player's not found, huh? Why is that? 3Ds? Oh, it's because it's a capital. Whoopsies. There we go. Oh, I gave them one. Oh, that's a bug. It's not taking into account the number. Okay, well, we gotta fix that too. Yeah, screw it. Let's just go over to Opus. This freaking planet is so loud. Nah, I do want to decrease the volume of the ambience on Opus a bit. Okay, let's make sure that this is working. So here, let's just give ourselves like a defined number. We're gonna create a 4x4 square, which should require 16. Alright, so let's just drop that there. I wish I was God mode. Can I do that? Like if I say God true... Okay, I can set it to a specific player. There we go. I'm just purposely trying to be a little crazy with it, you know? But yeah, it looks like we did end up with the proper number of tiles here. So, I think we're good. I don't think, seems to be any issues. We definitely would have noticed by now, I think. Like, especially placing it fast like this. Let's make sure. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty reliable, so I think we're good to go. Okay. It's so loud when there's two games playing audio at the same time. Okay. I'm just looking at all these. I mean, it's not really anything much in here. Just the usual bugs. Alright. Well, I think that's, on the right track. Let's also go ahead and rename this to what it should be, which is that. Alright. So, what's next? We fixed that bug. That should be behaving reliably now. There's another bug I was looking at. Oh yeah, so I was also looking at the blueprinting stuff, and I realized there's like some weird bugs with that. I do hate how I have to have like 4 different functions here, so I think I'm just gonna add another argument for here, which is like passing in a player ID, and by default we'll just say it's equal to the remote sender ID, right? So yeah. Now we can just specify down here player ID. Boom. So now we don't need all that garbage over in the Blueprint Ghost script. I think this will be a little bit easier to figure out. Because now we just say this stuff. We say collision layer is 0. I don't know why I'm saying self. Oh, right. It's because it's funny how the inheritance stuff works. So we're gonna pass it 111. It's not a ghost, and the peer ID will set it to the remote sender ID. Then finish is just queue free, which should run on the server anyways. We just say that, and now we can delete these 2 functions. Just way better this way. So now all we do is just on exclusive interact, we start the build on the server, and then we check it and do all the stuff. And because we're already checking there, so on exclusive interact, I think I need to, how is that called? Let's check that. Because I think it's just like once in the player or whatever. Yeah, so it's just right here. Can't interact with building is object, check exclusive interact. Pretty simple. So we should be good. This is going to be running client side, so saying active player is okay. Yeah. Instead of having to check if global active player every single frame, we can just do this. Okay. Oh, is that why I do that? Because if that's invalid, it's going to return true. Oh, wait, that seems odd. Here, let's just do this. Right. The player is not active, just immediately return false. And then we loop through and do that stuff, and okay. Okay, so now let's run through this. So player checks to interact. If they can interact properly, whenever they click, it runs this code. Now I need to double check exclusive interact to see if it does what I think it does. Yeah, so it's gonna run exclusive interact.rpc. Oh, so I think that's why it's funny. I think I understand now. I need to know if this is the person that called it or not. And I think that's why it's making other making the server inventory take items or whatever. Is because it's actually also getting called on that player. So that's bad. But yeah, what we need to do is just make sure that this is actually the real one. Now is multiplayer authority I don't think is what I want. That's only if the local system's the authority of the node, which will never be true. So what I need to know is like if the caller ID is equal to our own ID. So I think I need to say multiplayer.get get unique ID. So if our current ID is equal to get remote or whatever it is, get remote sender ID, then we know that the person that's running this function is the person that clicked on it. Okay. I should probably check that in other exclusive interact functions, just to make sure I'm not messing that up. I mean, a lot of these are just if is server, you know. Well, I guess if I'm calling it as an RPC, then why do I even bother with that, right? Because most of these I'm just checking if it is the server. Some of them I don't do that, like for example the plush, because it's just like running a visual effect. But yeah, I don't know, it seems stupid what I'm doing. I can just say if is server and do the stuff. Like, we don't need to pass it again. Just seems idiotic. Alright, this is a lot better now. So now it's going to send back the remote sender ID. And that doesn't need to be an RPC ID anymore. Collision layer, position, then if that worked out or whatever. Well, no, it has to work. Well, technically people could cheese it, I guess, but I'm not gonna worry about that. Doesn't matter. Then this doesn't have to be that. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, it is. Okay. All right. We are improving the code. I would like to eliminate the process event on blueprints because, you know, it's just unnecessary overhead. There's probably a way that we could do this. It's basically just checking if we've hovered over it and we're mining it. But now that I think about it, does that make any sense? Because this is a breakable building. Hold on. I think it's just because we're saying ingredients.visible is hovered. Which is fine to keep that in, but I don't think we need to do any of this stuff. Because we just need to check all that on well, it should just work because it's under breakable. Unless it's because of like my collision shape stuff. But it's just on layer 3. So let's see if we even need that other stuff in the process event. I think it's unnecessary. Oh, that's so that it can happen instantly. I forgot about that. Yeah, we're gonna need that code. Yeah, so let's go undo what I just did. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we can just keep this in. That's not a big deal. Oh, man, my back is still a little sore. It's better. Slowly getting there, but it still hurts. Okay. So we're gonna do all that. Now the next thing is... yeah, I want to fix the blueprinter stuff. This is kind of a dumb issue. So I just need to say active is... all that. All it is basically I just need to say, like, if you're not the current player, then shut up and don't do anything. Right. So I just need to say if... just return. Alright. And that should fix the multiplayer bug with the blueprinting stuff, but let's load up to clients again just to make sure really quick. And we'll also check the blueprint stuff, because I don't want to... I guess I should test the stuff that I'm programming. I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll work, but I don't want to mess up. Okay. No, not single player. Okay. That's save, I guess. Oh, it's playing the noise because of the conveyor. I was wondering, like, why is it doing that? Yeah, I can fix that. Okay. So first things first, if I'm selecting the blueprint stuff over here, yeah, it doesn't get selected anywhere else. Also, yeah, there's just a weird white square there. I think that's from the other player. So I just have to say, in the blueprinter, say visible as false and then return. Or I guess that's why I check visible here. Well, let's just do that then. Say if is multiplayer authority and all that other stuff. And if it's not active, we return. Okay, so now I think we're good to go. If I'm selecting and doing stuff over here with my blueprint, it's fine. If I'm selecting and doing stuff over here in my blueprint, it's fine. And then also if I'm... let's like build a blueprint and then place it down, right? Boom. So now we can go over here and it should show up, yeah. So if I am placing down things over here, give myself iron, no, let's just drop it to me. Oops. Iron. So if I attempt to build it from over here, right? Let's just make sure how much we have over here. We have 49 iron, 50 stone brick. If I build this, boom. I still have 49 iron, 50 brick. And now over here, our quantity is dropped. Yeah. Alright, cool. So that's fixed. It's just a stupid little bug. But yeah. Alright, cool. Fixing bugs left and right, guys. Multiple bugs. So fix an issue where the blueprint selection would appear for everybody once someone on multiplayer activated it. Fix an issue where building a... Here, that should just be merged up. Fix an issue where building a blueprint ghost on multiplayer would remove items from everybody. It's a big issue. Ah, my back. Okay. So we can mark a lot of these issues off down here now. Control L. I fixed hydrogen bomb not sinking. I fixed both those. Let's fix the pickup indicator translation. That should be pretty easy to do. Because all we're doing here is we're just saying... yeah, it looks like right here, just formatting it with how much text is dropped. So if we, like, mine some stone, it says 2 stone, yeah. So, really easy fix, we just have to say TR on the name. And now we're done. Boom. So now let's change our language really quick and just make sure that worked into Chinese or something. Okay. Is there any items in here that aren't translated Chinese yet? Funny enough, Chinese is actually a pretty complete translation because I try really hard to keep it complete. Oh, Underground Conveyor V3 is not translated. Not as Conveyor V3 or Splitter V3. Forgot about those ones. Yeah, I've had a lot of negative reviews from Chinese people complaining about the translations. And, like, I get it and all. So yeah, blueprinting hasn't been translated. I still don't have, like, these infinite researches fully translated, but yeah. So hey, Fen, welcome in. Devlogs are amazing. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done one. I don't know. It's so much work. I always talk about this, but it's like... The whole process of editing and stuff is very time-consuming. Takes forever, so... But yeah, I've been looking into getting an actual, like, editor. I think, it's so weird how it does that. I know Sheik reported that bug. But yeah, I would like to do more devlogs. It's just, yeah. It's just hard. But hopefully with an editor, it'll be, oh, Caloris doesn't have a... Oopsies. Well, it's good that I'm going through all this stuff. So Caloris doesn't have a key. Let's fix that. Let's fill out a couple of these keys in here. I know we have blueprinting. Which I don't know if I'm going to keep or not yet. We'll see. And then also the Caloris statue. Key, building, Caloris. a your victory over Colores. Okay. Fill those in. Oh yeah, I forgot I've been translating Korean stuff too. Yeah, I hate to do it. I don't want to use Google Translate for this stuff because I know that it can contain inaccuracies, but people haven't complained since I've done that, so... do the B-bots go directly towards resources? Yeah, they just calculate like straight up just to go directly to whatever resource they want to mine, so... Would be cool to use some like flow field to do that or something, but it's just not really necessary. Usually I don't implement difficult stuff like that unless there's actually a good reason to. Okay, now we can call that one blueprinting. I don't really count mistranslations necessarily as a bug, but I will count that one with Colores as a bug because it wasn't even translated in English, so... The Colores monument had no description. Back. And then, oh yeah, we're gonna check this. Whoa. Alright. Now I'll count that as a bug because all those translations do already exist. It just wasn't working, so it is kind of a bug. Or the item pickup indicator was not translating item names. Okay. Also, something that's really funny that I realized because I was just messing around, looking at different like buildings and stuff. I don't know how I missed this or why I never fixed it, but the brewing station just doesn't have any animation, and it still sounds like a crafter. Like if I put this stuff in, right? That's scuffed. I don't know how I missed that, honestly. Kind of an epic fail. So we're gonna fix that right now. Because that's kind of like a very unpolished thing, you know, where it feels like, okay, this is odd. Not cool. So we're gonna need a sound for it. Free sound. My back would stop hurting. I'm hoping that Monday and Tuesday I can my back heal for a minute. Is every building a different node, or do you like use resources for it? Yeah, every single building is its own node in Godot with a different script and stuff. And I do that just to give myself a lot of like freedom into what I can actually implement into the game, right? It does. The only real downside to it is it can come with performance issues, and that's one of the reasons why, for example, the conveyors I've swapped over to now using a tile set instead. But that's kind of an exception, like a weird exception, because conveyors are the kind of building that you build like thousands of, right? It's not like a typical building where it's like, okay, here's a crafter and we're gonna like plug some stuff into it and select a recipe. You know, conveyors are stupid. They're simple. So it just feels really odd to like yeah, it makes sense to make these tile sets. I wouldn't do that with regular buildings because then you can't like modulate the nodes and you can't like animate it and stuff. But yeah, why not make it modular? Modular in what sense? Like the buildings? What do you mean by that? Okay, let's figure out what sound we want to do for this. I want like bubbling. We want like a, I mean, there's probably a sound for a cauldron. Yeah. It's probably gonna be loud. I'm gonna turn down the desktop audio so you guys don't go deaf. That kind of just sounds like, no. Also, make sure we're on Creative Commons 0. Don't forget that. It's kind of epic, but... No, it's gotta sound cool. That's better. That's epic, but too intense. No. Too surround sound. No. Better? That's kind of a cool sound. Like modular building, if you need to make a new one, just add a sprite, customize the menu and stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's basically how I have it set up. Like whenever I create a new building, I kind of have this, everything inherits from either recipe building or buildable for most buildings. Buildable is just like a parent class that kind of has like a lot of the basic building code. So this code gets ran on every single building. It's already done for me. You know, I mean, it's not like I got someone else to write it. I wrote the code, but like it's all inherited. So this code will run first before the actual, and like a lot of buildings I don't even need to run anything else. So like for example, the chest, it just kind of sits there, right? So it doesn't, well, I guess there is some code in the chest, but you can see it's relatively basic. There's not really a whole lot going on inside of the chest. And it's like that for a lot of buildings. Something like, what's a really simple building? Skateboard's got some code. Trying to think of like a really simple building. Oh yeah, like a decoration, so like the plant building. There's a little smidgen of code. This is just for randomizing the scale and the material of the plant, but as you can see, there's a lot of these buildings barely have anything going on. And that's because I'm already doing all the stuff I need. So yeah, I would never copy and paste this code all over. That would be a nightmare. But yeah, inheritance is nice. It's funny, I saw one of the creators of Godot, initial creators, regretted adding inheritance. And I mean, I guess I could kind of understand where they're coming from. Their whole argument was that like, you can do a lot of what inheritance does by just using a resource, right? And I get that. I don't think inheritance is necessarily a bad feature in Godot, though. I mean, it's definitely been helpful to me. And inheritance is also really good because then you know, like, what kind of... You get, like, code auto-completion and stuff like that, right? I don't know. There's nothing wrong with inheritance, I think. I'm kind of glad Godot has inheritance. Okay, let's keep messing around with this. Nope. I want, like... I mean, this is basically what I want. It was, which one was it? This one? No. Water bubbling. Like, this one's pretty good. I think it's bassy enough and stuff. I could imagine that brewing, you know? And I could maybe also pitch it down a little bit because I have to load it into, no, I have to enter my credentials. Because I have to make it loop anyways. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Premiere. I hate Premiere with a passion. Premiere Pro sucks. And I want to get rid of it, but I don't know what else to use. I've tried using Audacity and stuff, but it just doesn't do what I want, so I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm locked. I feel like there's no hope. Okay, let's go check this. I don't know, maybe I should use DaVinci, but I've had really big issues with DaVinci with freaking like audio stuff specifically, so that doesn't really work. Yeah, I just want to pitch this down to make the cauldron sound a little bigger, because it's fine at the default pitch, but it sounds kind of lame. But this just sounds more like, I don't know. More epic. I pitch it up a little bit. There's also like a specific frequency in there that I'm not liking, which we can fix. Just need to do a EQ or whatever it is. I think it's the simple parametric EQ is what I usually use. I've tried using Audacity before in the past, but I don't know. It's just very different from like, I like the workflow of like using an editor, like a video editing program, because, well, first off, I'm used to it. But I don't know. I just like the freedom of just clicking and dragging the clip around. It's like you don't lose data by resizing. There's sometimes on Audacity, I don't know. I mean, I just need to, I don't know. I do need to like learn Audacity, but it's just annoying. A simple parametric EQ, not the one I want. Which is the one? I can't remember. How do I get rid of my parametric EQ? Oh, clear. I can never remember. Parametric equalizer? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's like this frequency in there. It was irking me. I mean, we can have a little bit of it. We'll just drop it a little bit, you know? And I usually drop the low end. Especially for this kind of building, probably, yeah. And drop some of that high end. I don't like how this is so, like, there we go. Here, same, let's do that down here, too. Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the meat of the sound. It's like, I don't want to get rid of all of it. But that sounds pretty good to me. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now we're just going to loop it. And it's really easy to do that because we just go bop. Put that at the beginning. There's our loop sound. And then we just have to say gain constant. I think it's constant power. Constant power basically is just saying keep the clip at the same like relative decibel. All right. Let's export it out. This will be cauldron. And I'll probably actually convert this into an OGG. WAV to OGG. Usually if anything's longer than like 2 seconds, I tend to turn it into an OGG. Because otherwise the game gets too big. Because yeah, it's like 3 megabytes. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's much. It's not really in the grand scheme of things, but when you have 100 of those, it can really add up. Okay. I really wish Premiere could export to OGG. It can't for some reason, which has always been a little annoying to me. All right. We're done here. Audio, sound effects. So let's work on the brewing station here just for a second. One thing I want to add to this is, well, first off, let's change our particle sound. So this is now going to be our cauldron sound. Our particles, not going to be that anymore. I think I actually don't have that. Yeah. Oh god. Well, we will assign some particles to this. It does use fuel after all, so... So, I kind of just want to, like, reset these settings. How do you manage the items, like storing and save what's stored? So, I have, these components. And basically, for anything that stores an item, I have this inventory component. It's just a blank node with a script. And this is, essentially, it's pretty simple in concept. It's just, it has an array of data, right here, inventory data, right? And then it just has a bunch of functions for adding and removing items and stuff from that array. So, and there's a little bit of extra functionality sprinkled in here, like having filters and just different, like, settings, you know, like the name of the override and what UI it should open and just random stuff. But that's basically all it is. So, yeah. And then for saving all the buildings and stuff, for creating people's saves, I just use this as the save component. All this does is it just loops through, saves a couple different variables like the name, the path of the file, and the position. And just makes a dictionary of all these keys, and then I just save that into a file. So it's pretty straightforward. These components are always pretty simple. But yeah, it's easy, because what's nice about component stuff versus inheritance is you just drop it in and then the functionality just works, right? So it's pretty cool. I would definitely recommend it. Oh yeah, also I need to check, like, does the crafter do any particle funnies? I don't think it does. Yeah. Alright. So what I want to do, actually, I think for the bubbles in this is a shader. Because also I just want it to glow. So let's open up this file. The cauldron. The brewing station. Time to brew. There it is. So this is just going to be a mask. Sometimes I do that. Just like so. I might drop it down another pixel. And shaders are epic, so that's why we're going to do a shader. Shaders have almost zero performance impact on the game because it's GPU. And also, I'd rather program right now than having to draw an animation. Okay, PNG, we'd call this cauldron mask. Now all we're gonna do is just add a sprite 2D. Just gonna use our cauldron mask. Position it. Boom. Hide our particles for just a second, and let's pop a quick shader on here. So we want it to look like bubbles. And we can look around and see what there is already. Bubble. But yeah, imagine something almost like, kind of like this, where it's just going to be like some bubbles in there. Is there any shader tutorial that you would recommend? I'm trying to think if there are. There's some, honestly, with shaders, it's usually pretty like specialized, you know, because the way that you go about things can be so wildly different. Yeah, I haven't really watched any like shader videos, so I can't really recommend any tutorials, unfortunately. But what I would always recommend with anything is definitely read the Godot documentation on shaders, because there is some really good info in there. You can just search in here shader, or you could just go down to like manual shaders, and then there's this whole section all about shaders. So it talks about what are they, how do you do them, what are the different functions, you know, it's good. So yeah, I definitely recommend just reading through all this stuff, because it can be really helpful. Hey, Captain Krabs, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Or not the follow, the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Am I not following you? I guess I'm not. Well, now I am. Yeah, how's it going? How was your stream today? Currently just talking about some shader stuff. I realized the cauldron for the longest time hasn't actually had any sounds or effects, so we're working on adding that. Very chill, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I would love to do a gaming stream soon, because it can be tiring, especially like the stuff I've been doing recently. We've been doing a lot of optimization in Starground, with like the conveyors and stuff, because they were kind of slow. But yeah, normally you wouldn't have to optimize this much, but Starground's kind of an odd exception to that rule, just because it's an automation game. So you end up with usually thousands and thousands of nodes. So yeah, we're just about to dive into a shader. Probably something kind of like this with like the bubbles, which I think we'll just do with a noise shader. Should be pretty easy to do. So let's just boom. Sure, brewing station. And we're probably just gonna do, I probably will do void and get our world UV. I never remember the code for it, so I always just copy it from my other shaders that I've already figured it out on. Wherever it is. Right here. Oh. Pop that in. Now we're just gonna have a uniform sampler 2D noise. And we have to say filter nearest. What I might actually do is just have two noises and then like swap between them. I think that'll make the most sense in this case. Definition of noise. Okay, there we go. Void fragment. Now what we're gonna do down here is just say mix texture noise 1, world UV, texture noise 2, world UV. And I guess I'm actually going to need to know, well, that's just what the value here is for, so yeah, we'll be fine. Color will be equal to that. Okay. So let's pop in our noises. We also need to multiply this times color.a so that it stays transparent on the corners. Noise number 1. Yeah, you can start to see the shape up a little bit. We can mess with the frequency and stuff here. Which, oh, it's because I'm not. Repeat enable. Make sure that's enabled. And our textures are 512, which is why it looks odd. There we go. So now you can see what we kind of get from there. Obviously that is not what we want though, so we're going to create a gradient. And this is just going to, I'm going to paste that in both of these. I was just going to kind of clamp the colors in here. I wonder why I didn't copy over there. But now you can see that's the, that's weird that it's not syncing. Whatever. Also, let's turn off any fractal warping on this, because it's supposed to look like bubbles. Okay, so now you can see if we set this to like 0.5 here, you can see what happens to this. It'll start to swap between the two. So 0 will be fully on the other one, which we don't have the noise up high enough. And now it's just a simple case of having setting this to sine of time. Now watch what happens. Right? Pretty easy. So I am going to say sine +1 times 2. Or divided by 2, I mean. Just that we're getting it from terms of 0 to 1. So now you can see that. So, pretty easy. It'll just kind of look like it's bubbling. We can increase the speed on this and stuff, maybe twice as fast. Maybe 3 times as fast. And we're going to change the color on this too. Kind of like that. And then I think we sprinkle in a couple particles and stuff, and I think we'll be on the right track. So yeah. I wish I could like change this color ramp and stuff dynamically, because that would look cool. But I don't think there's really an easy way to do that. I mean, I guess what I could do is actually just do that with code and clamp out the values, right? So we could do that. I mean, I guess we can. We can just have 2 values. So vec4 color 1, vec4 color 2. Alert for supper. Sounds good. No problem at all. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. But yeah, get some food. Relax. Rest. Have a good rest of your night. Sorry this is a silly question, genuine noob here, but why should one go through all the trouble of doing shaders if it's possible to animate or draw it? Yeah. It just really comes down to kind of personal preference and what effect you're trying to achieve. There's nothing wrong with hand animating the effect, but I just kind of don't want to right now. That's honestly the real reason. And it's just, yeah, that's really what it boils down to. There's nothing wrong with animating it, but, you know, you kind of lose out on a little bit of flexibility when it comes to hand animating. If you want to change how it looks later, you have to go through and redraw every single frame, right? So that's one downside of hand animation versus doing stuff with shaders. I tend to err on the side of shader stuff more just because it's convenient. Especially once you like learn shaders more and just get better at them, you start to like, I don't know, at least for me, I start to prefer that over having to actually draw stuff. But yeah, both work just fine. There's no right or wrong, really, you know? Just depends on the effect that you want to achieve. But yeah. Oh, what I could actually do is actually just multiply this. So thinking, yeah, no worries. Okay. Let's just delete everything for a minute. So what we're gonna do is say vec4 color is going to be texture noise 1 world UV times texture noise 2 world UV. So I just want to see what this looks like. So basically what this is doing is that it'll kind of only show the white parts that are in both of these textures, right? And what this kind of should allow me to do is I can now animate both of these, right? So plus time. And then, oh, the only issue with that though is that it's going to be crazy. And because it doesn't like follow the pixels, it'll kind of look odd. So that doesn't really do what I want. But I can just multiply. Also, we got ads coming up in a minute, guys. My apologies. I can just change the rate at which these are multiplied. I think. I'm gonna need to do like a color ramp thing here. I think it's the only way this is probably gonna work, unfortunately. So we'll just do this, and then kind of based off of what these pixel values are, that's what we decide the final color should be in this given pixel. So yeah, let's do this. I mean, I guess what I could do, technically, is I could say multiply these and then animate it. And then, but I can just make sure that this is round. Right? And what that'll do, you can see, it'll kind of always force the position to snap. It's really hard to see it right now, but you can change like the multiplier here and everything. I don't know why I can't seem to see it. Unless time is not what I think it is. Oh, there we go. Kind of. So that does kind of work. The only issue though is then it's just going to be whatever time is. So that's not really what I want to do, but it is a cool effect. I shouldn't have deleted our color ramp. No, let's copy that, put it back over here. So now I sort of get this effect. I need to figure out how I can make sure that the value that this is offsetting by always stays the same, right? So let's just do that. Plus offset. So we're going to say vec2 offset is time right now. Vec2 1 1 times time. So obviously that's insane and it's crazy. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, the issue here is that it's just not snapping to the pixels, and that's kind of what I want to avoid. So I think I just need to, I guess, just round time itself, I think is all I need to do. No, but obviously it's like not the right interval, so I think I just need to say, can I round it to a specific value? Normally in Godot there's a function for this, but let's look it up. So we're back from the ads. My apologies, guys. Snap. Function shader. What is that function called? Well, let's go look at the documentation. Also, another thing that is also one of the reasons why I like doing shaders is because these can be reused, right? I make this shader once, and now I have this asset forever for any scenario that I want to use it on, right? So I think that's another really important thing, too, with shaders. When you hand draw something, it's really hard to apply that other places, but shaders are different because they're not unique to one situation. You can make very minor changes and it completely changes the whole vibe, so you can save a lot of work that way. Okay, I just need to look at like the class reference. Let's just look at the shader. Maybe round. It's gonna be around there. Ooh, here. Where's that section in the shaders? It's like I know it's here somewhere, guys. Okay. We gotta figure this out. Shaders. Shading reference, I think is what I want. Canvas item shaders. Okay. So there's a list in here of the built-in functions you can use. Somewhere. I believe somewhere. Okay, shading language. I think that's what I want. Should just have a list of all the... Here we go. Oh, that's data types, not functions. But there's got to be one of functions in here. That's operators. Uniforms. Hints. Global uniforms. Please, please, please have functions. Man. Oh, built-in functions. Okay, finally. It's all trigonometric. Where's just the basic? Here we go. Finally. Okay, so it's not round. It's like I want to, it's not fract. I mean, we could mod it, I guess. We don't really want to clamp it. It's like I just want to snap it to the nearest thing. Which round technically does that, but... Oh, step. That's what it's called. I knew it was in here somewhere. So now that lets us choose, like, what the step should be. So time might be smaller of a value than I realize. Let's not divide it right now. Unless it's not. Okay, maybe step's not what I thought. God dang it. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to figure out a way to integrate round. I guess I could just keep multiplying it until it does what I want. Although it just doesn't seem to do anything. I wonder why that doesn't work. I mean, then I can divide it. But it's definitely not doing anything. It's really odd. How does this work? Okay, so that is kind of working, but now the position just isn't right. So yeah, the issue is that we need to be rounding offset, right? Not necessarily time or anything. So let's try that. Oh, we had to say plus. Well, we don't even need to do that then. I'll keep messing with this for a little bit, but if we can't figure out what to do here, then I'm just gonna move on and... Okay, multiplying it doesn't do anything. Oh, it's because we're also rounding time. Oh, excuse me. Why does this not work? It should be 1 plus time. Is it just that time is too small? But that doesn't seem to matter at all. It's so weird. It seems like time is just broken. Wonder why that is. Is round not doing what I think or something? Just rounds to the nearest integer. That should be what I want. Maybe the issue is that I'm not dividing it by my texture size or something. Oh, there we go. So now it's actually snapping to the pixels. So if I increase time. There we go. Okay, so the issue is just that we're not... Yeah, basically what I'm trying to do here is just get a pixel perfect movement shader. There we go. So I just had to make sure that I'm dividing it by my texture size, because otherwise, yeah, it's always going to be way too small. And now we can control the speed and everything. Okay. I'm going to do that, and now whatever is in here is the speed at which this is scrolling. Okay, anyways, now with that, yeah, we can say both of these are multiplied by offset, but now we're going to have two different offsets. So you'll see finally what I'm trying to achieve here. And I think it'll look pretty cool, you'll see. So we can change the speed at which these scroll now. And you start to see an interesting pattern emerge. See what I'm putting down? Right? It's very soon. Sorry, I think we're in ads when you joined, but welcome in. Good work. Sounds good. Okay, so yeah, we're on the right track now, finally. Okay, I swear I'm not crazy, guys. See, and then we can increase the size of these noise textures a little bit if we want. So now we get like this kind of bubbling motion. So yeah, that is what I wanted. And now we can mess with our color ramp and all that for the actual color of this, which I think we're just gonna do green. So we'll have our brightest green. Boom. Our next green. Boom. And then a green in between. Like that. And now we can slide these around and decide what we want this to look like. I don't know why this isn't like syncing. It should be using the same material here for both color ramps, but it's not. I don't know why. Yeah, now you can finally see what we're doing here. So I might actually apply these colors to... Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Because the issue now is that they're multiplying by each other. Because this changes the colors inherently. Yeah, how do I want to do this? Because we can't multiply then if they're not white. So let's think here. If they're not white... Yeah, we can't multiply, can't really add. I guess I'll just have to make it white. Just have a couple different colors in here. This will just be 50, middle of the road. So now we can kind of figure out our coloring stuff first before we change over. Okay, I see. So yeah, the issue is that if it's not strictly white or black, then it's just going to be funny. Yeah, it's not really a big deal, honestly. I mean, I could work on adding on top of this like a posterizing filter or whatever, right? But I just don't think it's really worth it in this case. I'm probably not going to worry about it. So I'll likely just multiply the final color by the color that we want it tinted to. I suppose. I mean, I guess I could just keep it where it's at. Replace the middle gray with the green I want. Oh, I guess one color could just be the colors I want, and then the other one just stays white and black. Because then I'm just multiplying it by white. There we go. So now we can do this, and we should just get exactly sort of what we want. Okay, and then so we have one as like the color one, right? Here's what we do. So that one's going to be color, and then this other one will actually just be like that. That's kind of just a mask and overlay. So let's see. If we're multiplying it, though, we can't multiply it by black, because that'll just be 0. Let's see. How are we going to do this? Because I'm trying to achieve a specific vibe here. And also one issue that we seem to be running into is when you multiply gray by gray, it gets a little funny. So yeah. Like, what we need to do basically is have this as like a base texture, multiply them, and then apply the gradient after we do that. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll just get rid of these color ramps, keep it in terms of a gradient like this so that we get the effect. And then we'll just do our posterization stuff. It's fine. So it's pretty easy to do. We just say, we'll have another array of colors. So uniform. And this is just going to be a yeah, sampler 2D array. This will be colors. So now this lets us down here, we can add that's not the thing I thought it was. I've done this before with like a color swap shader. Oh, you just add an array thing to it. Okay. Back to this. So uniform, vec4, 3 colors, colors. So that's what we do there. Now down in here, we just kind of check the current value of that pixel. So we say if color.r is less than 0.1, we say, I'll just say var. Just call that base. Back for color. Colors at index 0. And because this is HLSL, we have to do that. I think there might be a switch statement in here. Oh, yeah. I don't really know how to do it here, but I think just that. And then we just have our expected an integer or unsigned integer expression. Okay. So that's going to be a value from 0 to 1. We can just say int times 100. There we go. So, but that's going to be... No, switch doesn't work in this case. It's fine. Let's just do this. So now we can define our colors. Also, we need to say source color on that. And finally, guys, we can add in our colors. So our brightest color, our most middleist color. Actually, that one would be down there. Hey, Bitlytic, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Jose to Cat Games, thank you so much for the raid. We just got double raid. How's it going, everybody? Thank you guys so much for the raids. I appreciate it. What's going on? What are you both up to today? We are currently doing some shader stuff right now. This will start working in just a second. Hold on. Doing good. Nice, nice. Good to hear. Yeah, we're currently working on a couple things right now. Mostly optimization stuff today, but we're taking a minute right now to work on a shader. Oh yeah, I forgot this is so now we're gonna say if that's less than 5, then otherwise we just say else. Okay, boom, you can see the shader now finally. So yeah, basically we're generating this noise map over here. You can kind of see what this is right here in the material preview. And then we're just kind of scrolling it across. So yeah, this actually looks pretty cool, especially if you have like a larger rectangle to apply this to. Just copy this shader material, plop it down on here. This is essentially a pixel perfect kind of like cauldron bubbly shader. You can see what this is doing on a larger texture like this. So yeah, I think it works pretty well. I'm happy with how it's turning out. We could also like, instead of just infinitely scrolling this, we could also, oh yeah, also I think we're gonna have to say on here for our noises, make sure that they're both seamless. Say, Todd Codes, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Like that. And yeah, we could go ahead and also do this. So normally down here we're saying time, whatever, but we could actually turn time into like a sine wave. So it'll kind of like, instead of continually moving in one direction, yeah, you can see it just swap directions there. It kind of like wobbles back and forth. And we can multiply time inside of here to speed that motion up like this. That's obviously way too fast, but we could go ×2 or something. So now we get this sort of back and forth motion. We could also divide that by whatever value we want, just so it's not as extreme, like the distance that it goes, sort of like that. But yeah, you can achieve some pretty cool effects with shaders, and we increase the speed or something. You know, it's doing like a wobble back and forth. Oops, I set it to 50. And then we could increase the speed down here, just so that it has more like permanent change. Kind of like that. Maybe actually in this case I'd have it go up. Yeah, I actually like how that looks. Feels like it's kind of like bubbling up a little bit. Definitely decrease that a little bit. Maybe lower the speed a little bit. I could turn all these into uniforms and stuff, and then maybe one day I will, but I'm not really going to worry about that right now. So I think that looks pretty good. One thing I am going to do, though, on this material is increase the noise a little bit so that it's a little smaller, kind of like that. Same with the other one. Offset on these, this is just a thing built into this fast noise light texture generator. It just kind of gives, like, pushes it to one side or the other. So you can see in here, the like little texture preview. It's just me kind of dragging the position around of it. So it can be useful if you just want to set this to a specific position, but I don't really have a use case for it here. But yeah. Cool. So yeah, this works, and then we can also mess with these values down here. Right now it's evenly distributed, but we could decrease or increase this to like 0.7. And you can see how that affects things, right? So the bright spots are now more sparse. I probably want to go the other way with it, like this. Yeah, so now we kind of get these like bright patches, almost like anti-alias with the darker areas. So I'm pretty happy with where that's at now. Another thing too that I'll also just do on here is say render mode unshaded, and what that'll do is kind of make it glow in the dark. Now finally, the final step is that we're gonna add in some particles. And now we can also say in here, function process, we're going to say that dot visible is equal to is crafting. And make sure that I'm calling super here. All right. It's the chair sitting in the bottom left. You have no idea how many times I've had to explain that. It is a long time ago, Oshik, which is a viewer on the channel, wanted like a camera for the chair, but obviously I'm sitting on my chair, so I wouldn't be able to, like, I don't know how a chair cam would make sense. So I decided as a compromise, we'll just put an image of the chair in the corner. And that's sort of how that came about. But yeah. I think I'm going to increase that a little bit. Increase that a little bit. And now it's a 3D object in our overlay, so... Okay, cool. It seems to be doing some kind of weird snapping motion. It's probably just because it's hard to preview it in here. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, so next thing is our particles. I imagine this will have maybe 2 different particles. One could be... Let's delete that. So your vec2 offset 1 on line 18, refer to those x and y offsets. Essentially, it's, yeah, what we're doing is we're incrementing the UV. So how this whole rendering stuff works in Godot or in any shader, right? Let's find a whiteboard I can use. So you can think of it as in steps. First off, what I'm doing in this shader specifically is I'm generating just an image texture. Right? This is just going to be a square, right? It's just a plain texture. It's 512 by 512 pixels. In our case, it's actually just going to be a shader that starts as black. Oh, it's gone now. Like this, and then we're going to sprinkle in some pixels in here or whatever. And this is sort of our shape of what the final color will look like that. Then we are passing that texture over, and now what we're doing is kind of mapping this texture to our UV. So what a UV is, it's going to be another texture that's basically a gradient where it starts from black in the corner. It goes to red on the x-axis and green on the y-axis. So over here it'll be yellow. And what that is doing is kind of telling which pixel over here should be on the pixel on our actual texture. So when I am scrolling this texture, I'm basically modifying this texture here, right? So if you think about the brightness of each of these pixels, right, is the coordinate. So if I increase the brightness of all of these pixels, I'm pushing it like to the bottom right corner, if that makes any sense. So what I'm doing here is on this UV that we have, I'm adding a value, which is just here, it's time. So over time it increases. And then what that's doing is slowly pushing this texture further and further to the side. So I'm not necessarily modifying the actual this specific value in here, but we achieve the same effect, basically. I can't modify this inside of the shader, so, but yeah. Hopefully that kind of explains it. Shaders can be a little complicated, you know, but... let's see. So I think this does use fuel, this building, so we're probably going to have like some smoke particles that billow up. Which I've already created this particle before. We can just go to the refinery, or the refiner, copy our smoke particle emitter, and just paste it in here, because why work hard if we've already done the work? So this gives us like a smoking thing. Now, the thing is, though, that this isn't necessarily on fire. The smoke would be coming from, like, behind the cauldron, so I'd probably do, like, that. Right? Because I imagine it would be, like, from down here. Which we can kind of emulate. We could, add some, like, fire particles down there. And I think I've done fire before. We have that pedestal. I think that has a fire particle emitter. Not this one. What is it? Is it just a torch? The forge. Yeah. Oh, does the forge have a fire particle? Well, that's actually hand animated, which was stupid that I did that way. What's the thing that I use in the... Oh, the brazier. Duh. I have a fire particle here already. So now we go back to our brewing station. I can add that in. Emitting is true. And we can tweak this a little bit. It's definitely too intense. Probably decrease the number of particles. I only want this to be a minor thing. And then for drawing or emission shape, we're going to set this to a rectangle and increase the extents quite a bit. Maybe, yeah, 12 seems pretty good. And the scale of this is way too big, I think. I'm going to knock this down to 0.5. I guess we can increase the particle count, but then maybe decrease the, like, alpha transparency here. I think that kind of gets the job done. All right. So now what we can do is... we could have another particle for, like, some little splashes that come out of the cauldron. Just for fun. Let's see what that would look like. So we can just say, keep that where it is. Initial velocity can be 20. Keep our gravity. Then say direction is -1. I will decrease the gravity a bit, though. It's pretty intense. So we kind of get this, like, spewing particles. Color over time, we will make go away. It'll just fade out. And we can kind of have it fade in a little bit, too. Just a little bit. Why not GPU particles? I mean, honestly, I just don't think it matters too much. It's not like there's going to be a billion of these particles specifically. I kind of like CPU particles because it's easy to, I don't have to create a resource and then modify the resource, but I don't know. If I ever do notice performance issues with CPU particles, then it's pretty easy for me to just go back and change it, right? So... I tend to just use CPU particles unless there's, like, a good reason for me to use GPU particles, but yeah. And then position that in the center. And then we'll make this drawing shape a sphere. Yeah, maybe even decrease that number even a little bit more. Okay, so now I get these little particles skipping out of the cauldron, which I think looks nice. And let's set the color of these. Boom. Maybe actually set this a little brighter. Might do oops, didn't copy. Usually when I do like a brighter green, just because I have the palette's kind of set up, I use just yellow. I don't know, not in this case though. It looks kind of odd to me. Let's just make a new color. I know it's not following the palette, but it's okay. Okay, I think that works. Now what I can do, just call this splash or whatever. I'm going to specify all of our particles over here. So our smoke, our fire, our splash particle. So when the cauldron's not active, this sprite is just going to be invisible, like that. Otherwise it stays visible. Then these should all automatically do what they need to. And then also on this, let's, there's no lights. I think we're good to go. All right, let's try it out. Yeah, I do use GPU particles sometimes, like, especially if it's a particle system that's going to be permanent in the world, you know? These particles, they fade in and out, and they're changing all the time, so it's not really like a huge deal, but... Now we wait for the game to open. And then, yeah, match with the sound and stuff that we did. I think this will look much cooler now. It's big weight. I mean, yeah, that's just what happens when you have more and more resources in your project, but it's really not that long of a wait, honestly, compared to other engines. I also have a lot of things open right now, too, which can kind of slow down opening your project. Yeah, it's always nice, like, making a new project and just everything opening instantly. But it is what it is. I don't know if there's really a way to optimize that time that it takes to load. I mean, it might have to do with, like, shader compilation or something. I don't know. I'd have to... Did a tiny little emit. I'm just gonna disable these from emitting initially like that. Alright, so now all we do is let's start generating stuff. Hi from France, welcome in. Yes, this is an automation game. Currently just doing some particle effects for the cauldron here. We're about to turn it on. Oh yeah. That's way better now. Yeah, it used to be kind of lame. So it's kind of quiet. Let's up the volume a little bit. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the smoke. I think the smoke is a little too, like, rises up into too much of a pillar. It made sense on the refinery. So let's just give this a little bit of a larger emission shape. Thinking maybe 8 pixels. I want it to look more like it's bellowing out from the side. And maybe lower the maximum velocity, just so it's more of like a cloud of smoke behind. Maybe even increase the size a little bit more. Actually, let's just give this a rectangle with a size of 12, like that. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Now also all of these should use... Here, let's make sure that these are all using the unshaded material. You'll see why I give it the unshaded material in just a moment. But anything that glows should be using that. And that's already unshaded. So let me show you guys what the unshaded shader does. Yeah, I need to close all these scenes because every single scene that I have open is being resaved every time. I don't know why Godot is so stupid about that. Where it seems like it resaves every single scene that's open even if it doesn't need to be resaved. I don't know, it's always been kind of an odd thing to me. You think they'd just have like a save is marked as being needed to save or not, but yeah. Well, here, let's just do that now. So we can just say close other tabs, and then our scripts. Close other tabs. And now you'll see when I launch the game, that's going to make a big difference. It'll still save this one scene, but then it boots up pretty quick. Okay. So let's go place this building down again. All right. Brewing station. I need some wood. I need sugar. I need coal. There we go. So, now with those unshaded materials, we can say time 600. Get rid of the lamp. But you can see things are glowing in the dark, and it just looks epic. Let's break all these lamps. But yeah, look at the cauldron now. So, yeah. I like how that looks. Oops. I went too far. Yeah, it just looks cool when things glow like that. I try and do that for a bunch of buildings now. I recently did that change for like all the furnaces and stuff where they glow in the dark now. We can see like these burners down here, they're on, so if I break all these lamps, you can see they glow in the dark now like that. Same with like the crafter welding particles and the lightning on the Tesla coils and stuff. I think it just makes it look so much more interesting at nighttime when things glow like that. So, hence the reason for that. But yeah. Yeah, I made a bunch of things glow. I think like, basically anything that has lights that's emitting light. The electric furnace, the oven, the crafter, I think some particles on the purifier, the researcher, foundry, refiner. I don't, or some parts of the atmosphere collector glows. Same with the asteroid collector, or the atmosphere collector. Yeah, all the battery, LED things. All right. Anyways, this is looking way better now. Yeah, I can't. I don't know why I just missed like adding in sounds and stuff for it. That's pretty crazy. Here, I kind of want to listen to this a little louder. I'm gonna pause the music for a second. It's not bad. It could be a little louder. Yeah, I think that works. And those little particles in there are pretty nice. I wish I could, like, make them a little more sporadic. I guess randomness is probably what I want. But I don't think that seems to... I mean, it kind of does what I want. Then I can just increase the number of particles. Maybe to 2 instead. Yeah, that works. Alright, cool. I think we're good to go. I wonder if I should make the fire go underneath. It's hard to say. Because if it goes underneath, what does it look like there? It's kind of hard to see it, though, and then it's also weirdly underneath the shadow, so I'm just going to keep it where it's at. So now we have speed potions. Woohoo! Alright, let's go mark this down as completed. This is just going to be... added sounds. particles and VFX to the brewing station. All right. Well, that's done now. We can move on to more things. Turn the music back on. All right. Mark that off. So what else do we want to work on? We still have a lot of work to get these conveyors working properly. What's going on with them right now is we still need to do the corner stuff. The corners don't... Oh. That is... I see. I should fix that. Hold on. When I hover over the Tesla coil and then go on to the other building, it's a little funny. Not show item indicator. What's this? Process object interaction? Just need to say do that. Oops. What am I doing down here? I thought I was saying... That's just setting it to invalid once. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. It's a little weird how it still shows that. Okay. So we will have to fix that. You can see what's happening here is that I have... It's not like resetting the last visible indicator here if it's the... Okay. Well, that's an easy fix. I just have to run this code whenever we hover over the stuff up here. So basically this code here would just say, if we have a last hovered object, then set all that stuff back to false. So now when we hover over this stuff, it should not, there we go. It still shows that stuff though, which is odd. I guess it's because it's not resetting the coloring. So I guess we just do this. I don't really think the performance impact of this is that big of a deal. Of running this more. If it means fixing our issues. There we go. Now it'll actually show what's up to date and stuff. Okay. Yeah, it's weird and broken because conveyors are no longer technically a building. I mean, they are a building, but they're not inherited from the buildable class anymore. So I have to kind of implement like some weird funky things like that to make it work. But yeah, them not being a building though gives me an immense amount of flexibility when it comes to performance and stuff. So okay. Yeah, you can break them and stuff. I mean, conveyors are almost done. Let's go ahead and do saving and loading for conveyors now, because why not? So it should be pretty easy to do. Also, something that I have been meaning to do, which let's just get out of the way. I no longer want conveyor data to be a node, because I realize I don't need it to be. It can just be a resource. Because I'm never adding it into the scene tree, and so just the monitor keeps showing more and more, you know, dereferenced or orphaned nodes. So back into conveyors, it's going to load that resource. I don't know if we need to instantiate a resource. I need to figure out how this works. Because if we load in a resource, let's go to like where we do that in other places, like in global, we have some resources. I might have to duplicate each resource then. I think is what's going to have to happen here. It's down in our initial... Here we go. Yeah, so we are loading in the resource. Then it just kind of works. So I think we need to say whenever we load this, which is too bad, because what's nice about this is that it's kind of just a static load reference, so I don't have to have a bunch of these in memory. Is there a way to create unique resources? Scene. I mean, I guess I could say duplicate whenever I create a new one. We could just do that. And I guess I duplicate the sub-resources. Which actually, I don't know if we really even need to do that. I mean, this is what it... Also, this now needs to change to a conveyor data dot res. So let's go to where our conveyor data node used to be. We can still have the script, but I'm going to create a new resource. Just a basic resource, call it conveyor data. Attach the script to it. This is actually .trez. Okay. So now that's no longer a scene. It never needed to be. So let's just delete that node. I don't think there's any owners of this, right? Let's make sure. No. All right. So now this is a resource, which means whenever the conveyors get deleted, it'll just automatically free itself, which is good. So let's just run up the game really quick and make sure everything's still behaving the same way. It should be the exact same, because I never added to the scene tree. There's no process event or anything, but let's obviously make sure, because if it does break, we need to know. Uh-oh. So that's something that we need to find an alternative to. We can't use tree exited because there is no such thing as tree exited. That might be kind of an issue with this approach, because the problem is that this will automatically free when it has no reference. But if there's still a signal connected to it, then we know that, or it never will get freed. Right? I wish I could, like, tell the editor that this isn't a orphaned node. But... because I want to choose when that gets deleted and stuff, right? And I want to be able to run that. I don't think there's anything in resource that lets us check for that. There's just changed. So, yeah, it's not going to work as a resource. Oh well. Oh, conveyor data still here? I guess so. And let's also add another function down here, which is function exit tree. We're going to say for I and data. Data index I dot q free. Okay. I think we do that and remove conveyor, right? We q free the. We better. Yeah. So that'll just make sure that all these nodes get queued freed. And that'll still work in here, I think. See, I don't know how I can like tell it to stop looking at it as an orphaned node. I mean, I know what they are, but it's like, it's not necessarily, it's intentional, right? Unless there's some other kind of resource or something that lets me run like queue free whenever I want. I'm not sure. Snooze that ad. Let's look at all our different resource options here. Ooh. I mean, there is just object. Maybe that's what I want. But I don't know if that's going to have signals for like tree exiting and all that stuff. Because I need to know when these things are being freed. That's kind of the issue here. And I can say free on this, but that doesn't emit anything. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of... I think that's all I got. I'm going to have to keep it as a node. Because I need a signal to be emitted when it gets freed, right? And I don't think there's anything that'll do that. Other than a node. There is ref counted. But I don't think that has a signal. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, I mean, I could emit a signal manually every single time I free it, but that's annoying. I also don't know if I could call this stuff if it's an object. I guess I can. So this is just a base class for every single class in the engine. Okay. And then I can just say object.new. All right. Yeah, well, I guess we'll just do that, and then we can say signal freed. Or I guess we can just have that signal. Right? I mean, then we don't even have to change our code. We can just create our own tree exiting signal. Tree exited right here. Just boom. Now back in conveyors. So now we don't even need to load anything. We just say load conveyor data.gd. Unless now all I need to do is just, I don't even need to run any of that. I just say conveyor data.new. I think that's all I need to do now. I don't even have to load it. So that makes it pretty convenient for sure. And then, I mean, really the only place where I'm running queue free or whatever is down in here. This is those two spots in remove conveyor. So we can't say queue free anymore. We just have to say free. And then down here, we also say free. But before I run that, I'm going to say data I.tree exited.emit. So that'll just make sure that anything that has a reference to it will, you know, do what it needs to do. Okay, well, let's try this. Hopefully this works. I don't know if object is necessarily faster or slower than a node. I would imagine it's probably faster to use an object versus a node for stuff like this, because, I mean, really all I want to store is just some data. But it does have to be data specific to each individual conveyor, right? And I think that's why the resource class doesn't really make sense in this case. Because resource is really good when you have like a global shared, like, you know, global shared values that you need to keep track of. But it doesn't really make sense in this case, right? Yeah, it looks like this is working, and then we can go ahead and just place down a mover. Make sure that this is going to work properly. Alright, just do this as an experiment right now. Put down 2 chests. I've never actually done this, like put a mover in between conveyors. I mean, technically you can do it. It feels cursed, you know what I mean? Well, it seems like we're doing good. No issues yet. So if I break this conveyor and then replace it, it should have called, you know, tree disconnect or tree exited. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good. Yeah, we'll just stick with that, because then now in our monitors, it's not going to show all those orphaned nodes. Because it can be kind of confusing. It's like, oh, is it actually an orphan node, or what's going on? So, yeah. I do wonder if that does make a performance difference on accessing it and stuff. Probably not, but just for fun, let's load into our crazy big save. It's not my save, I didn't plan it, but... Also, we got another ad coming up in a second. My apologies, gamers. This save takes a minute to load because it's huge. We're also doing like you know, save conversion at the same time, so it can take some time. Okay. Let's run the profiler. It does show some orphan nodes, which is interesting. So I know that those orphan nodes are not from our conveyors. So I wonder where those are from. It must be from some kind of loading into this save, so we'll have to look around wherever we call new and stuff. God, that's what our power network should also be. It should just be an object. Although I guess the power network reference does actually get added to the scene tree. Never mind. So mover process. Mover process is insane. What? I guess it just is slow. Yeah, I mean, this is just about typical. We are going to be optimizing movers, and I have some ideas on how we can really minimize the number of calls and stuff it does. So I do have some ideas on that. Also, yeah, something that I want to make note here of with the CPU particles and stuff. We have tons of CPU particles going on here, but as you can see in here, there's almost zero performance impact on them actually being rendered. You know? The culling of all these objects is really slow, and I'm still working on solutions to that. I think something that I'm going to look into soon is certain nodes that are repeated a lot, like trees and stuff, maybe, I don't know, somehow implementing a multi-mesh instance node. I don't know what I'm going to do about the depth ordering stuff like this, though, so that might be kind of a problem. But Yeah, CPU particles almost have zero impact on performance, unless you're like spawning in billions of particles or something. So it's not really a big deal. Now, yeah, if it's a particle that's permanently emitting, then I tend to make them GPU particles just so we don't have this permanent overhead, right? But typically it doesn't really matter. This is why it's important to actually, like, you know, benchmark these things and see, are your assumptions correct? Because sometimes it's easy just to assume things. So where am I? I thought I went to the right spot, but I guess not. Oh, it's only 10,000 away? Oh no, I'm in the fountain. Yeah, we definitely need to keep working on improving performance. Optimizing movers right there is going to be like the biggest impact right now, because we've made our conveyors run nice and smooth. I mean, that's significantly better. Only 3 milliseconds for nearly 4,000 conveyors is pretty good. I'd love to get that even lower, you know, and I do have some ideas on how I can do that, but it's definitely at a spot now where there are much bigger fish to fry, so I'm not really going to worry about it. The mover itself, I mean, here's the thing. The mover is 7 milliseconds there. It's a lot. We can sort by self, and this kind of gives us a little bit better of an idea of what's actually slow. So mover process just by itself, not even calling the functions that it's calling, is 2 milliseconds of literally just doing this, right? So that's insane. We're taking up 2 milliseconds of rendering time just to call 2 functions like this. It's just this tiny little process event. So I really want to figure out a way to completely eliminate the process event. And I have an idea on how to do that. Something that I've been working on kind of behind the scenes is making all the buildings like use signals for whenever their inventories are changed and stuff. So it's funny how our background is really stretched. Is that because of the screen resolution? I didn't realize it stretches the background with our screen like that. That's kind of funny, actually. I should probably fix that. Ooh, yeah, the save is so slow and I'm zoomed out. So, what was I on about? Oh yeah, so like buildings, I've been working on making sure that all the times in the code where I've manually changed the inventory, I'm trying to change that, because now what I'm doing inside of inventory component is we have a signal in here, which is inventory changed. And so instead of running this process event on every single mover, we just connect up the signal for inventory change. So let's say that we have a scenario where we have a bunch of crafters laid out, but their output is full or whatever, so they're not doing anything. Our movers will have 0 performance impact because they don't need to check anything. They're not checking if the continually updating and rereading the inventory. They only need to do that once every time the inventory actually changes. So I think it's going to make for an enormous difference for performance. We're basically going to nearly eliminate all of the impact movers have in the game, which is great. And so if we can, I mean, if we knock down conveyors and movers, we're going to be in a really good spot. Because, I mean, how much would that save? It would be 1.5 there, 1.5. So that's 2.5 plus another 2, 4.5, plus another 0.5. So that's 5. That's 5 milliseconds of processing time, right? Which is insane. That's a lot of processing time. So that would bring us, because right now we're running at 19 milliseconds on our script time. That would knock us down a lot. Down to 14. And yeah, there's still more optimization that needs to be done. It's not like that's just going to magically solve all of our optimization issues, but it definitely will make a huge improvement though. There's still like audio server can be a little laggy. Sometimes it's really hard to tell though if it's actually that slow or it's just because the CPU is bottlenecked by the script performance. So that's the funny thing about optimization sometimes, or at least with this profiler, is you don't always know exactly if what the profiler telling you is, if it's correct or not. So, but all we can really do is just, you know, chip away at it. Optimize what we can see needs optimizing already, right? And that's basically all we can do. And the main menu runs super fast. It's like 1,000 FPS. It's way lower when I'm streaming, which is interesting. Yeah, we're still getting a bunch of orphan nodes, so I have to look into why that's happening. There's got to be orphan nodes somewhere from some kind of building. Usually, orphan nodes only ever render or happen when you are running .new on something, so yeah, I don't know. They're using 2 gigs of video memory. Is that a lot? I don't know. It's probably because of my huge, enormous image atlas. That's actually, I'm sure why. I can minimize that though. Something I actually do want to do with that image atlas now is, instead of just immediately by default creating the biggest possible image, I don't want to do that anymore. We can go down to our ready event where we're actually instantiating that. I want to optimize our space a bit more with that, so if we go down to our image atlas generation stuff, we're just by default setting it to the biggest possible image in Godot, but that's definitely bad for performance, so instead we can just set that to image atlas size, and then the horizontal size times items table dot size. I am going to change this so I also take advantage of the you know, the vertical height of it too. So we'll definitely do that, but I don't think it matters too much right now, because we're not even halfway there, and that's every single item in the game. So unless a mod is adding in more than every single item in the entire game, it's not really going to be an issue, at least for a while. Yeah, eventually I'll change that though, and it's not even like it would be a major issue. All I would do is just wouldn't display the sprite on the conveyor. It wouldn't necessarily break the game, but yeah. I'm sure that'll help with our video memory usage. Okay. What do we want to work on next? I mean, we could start messing around with the movers. I am always scared to change movers because, like, you know, it's scary. But you know, it's fine. We're on our own branch. This is the conveyor changes branch, so it's kind of fine if we mess things up. You know, something I don't want to leave left out, but before we go on to movers, I kind of want to figure out our conveyor corner situation. And I have an idea on how to solve it. It's not the cleanest solution, and I definitely would like a better solution one day, but I can think of something right now that would at least work, right? So I want to experiment with that right now. I know it's a shader kind of day today, isn't it? Anyways, we can go into here. We won't have to calculate that anymore, use polar, any of that stuff. Still calculate world UV though. Don't show that anymore. So I want to just see if this works. So we're going to be passing in a new... Yeah, this is fine. This is going to have belt. So for shader parameters, instead of that belt, we're going to use our circle conveyor belt. This one. And I just want to see if I can create a shader that just makes it rotate around. And we can have the... Yeah, we can just clamp it to whatever the base color is. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly what I want to do, but sometimes I think we just gotta do it and move on. I do wonder how I actually animate the rotation of it, though. I think I do this somewhere. If we go into the actual conveyor scene, I think I have a shader that does that already. Unless I don't, and I'm straight up. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Okay, so we can just copy this. Now we go back into our tile set. And mess with this now. It's going to be different since we're going to be using World UV instead, but I think we can get this working. So right, instead of texture UV, we're going to say belt UV. And this is no longer going to be speed. We're just going to say 2.0. And pivot, I guess we can add a pivot. Doesn't really matter, but just set it up there. I guess it's a const. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. No idea if this is working or not. It's looking a little funny. Okay, so obviously it's warped, but that's fine. Let's just change it. And part of the reason is because it's using this. We need to say World UV. Interesting. So we also don't need this to be on repeat enabled then. Well, then we can't see it. So let's keep that on for a second. I think it has to do with our pivot, which we can actually just change. We can say pivot is equal to vec2. It's going to be our horizontal index. So whatever that is. Or 0.5. Let's just see what that looks like really quick. Oh, constants cannot be modified. Whoops. Expected a... Okay. Here, let's just screw it. We'll set pivot down in here then. Okay, I think that'll actually work. Seems like it's changing the pivot. It's hard to tell. That actually seems correct on the x-axis. Let's also slow this down right now because it's way too fast. So I'm trying to figure out what the pivot is here. Actually, it looks like this still needs to be a little less. Maybe just 1. No, it looks like it's 1.5. It's kind of 1.5. But I think it's 1.5. Actually, no, that might be correct. It's hard to tell. And then let's mess around with the Y pivot until we figure out what's going on there. This might actually need to be minus 0.5. Well, we're getting way closer. Minus 1. We're definitely close. Minus 2. Oh. Bug. Look how close that is. We're like right there. So what is it rotating around? This is basically our rotation point. 0.4. It looks like it needs to go up a little bit. It's so weird. mean, mathematically, what would our pivot be? Let's look at our texture and stuff. Looks insane in there. So I think it would just be... Here, let's mess with this. So this resolution of our image is 192. You can say vec or just float factor is 192 divided by 16. So that's going to be 12. So I think what we want then is going to be our current index, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 times factor. Oh, that hurts. And this will actually be 16 divided by that. See, now I think it's centered around here, which seems correct. And then our y-axis would be 0 times factor. But obviously that's not working. Man, it's so weird trying to convert this to world UV and stuff. I would just use UV, but... And I can multiply it by factor, but then it just looks crazy. So it doesn't really work. And I guess I could say 32 on that. So we get the right, like, resolution. We can have 2 different world UVs, one for the belt, one for this. So I don't think setting this to 5 would work. Yeah, it's just weird. It seems like it's just not rotating around the right, like, origin point. Probably has to do with how the rotation stuff works, which is annoying. I wish I could figure out what this needs to be. I mean, there are rotate shaders, like rotate texture, which is, yeah, just this. But it doesn't work for tile sets. And what is this? I presume this is just for an individual UV. Because I just need, like, tile map rotate. But I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, what is this? Find vertex coordinates, get the proper UV. It was definitely interesting. I don't know, maybe something like this might work. We just need to get the UV in terms of normal coordinates, right? It's just frustrating when we can't. Shader code. Just local UV. Let's just throw it in and try it, honestly. I'm just curious to see what this does. Let's just hide all this other stuff for now. Because, yeah, I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. I mean, the world UV is nice for some things, but I don't think it's doing what we want in this case. See, that's very interesting. Like, it's just giving our proper UV. So, is this going to work? Can we use local UV as our thing? Is that going to let us do all of our other stuff now? I don't know. Like, if I do that and then pass that in, is that going to work? Kind of. I don't know if it's going to let us do, like, we can say colors, texture, belt, UV. It's interesting for sure. Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is... Hold on, guys. This is quite fascinating. Then if we clamp that again, we get that. Is this going to be the secret to fixing our issues? And then can we also go ahead and increment the speed and stuff again? Let's try this. Okay. I'm liking the look of that. We can also implement the rotation stuff again. We can have rotate UV. Rotate our UV before we do that. Then we need the center, which is going to be vec2 pi or whatever. So center is going to be whether we have uniform bool flip H, uniform bool flip Y. And we're just going to be converting those into floats. Let's see here. Oops. Okay, so let's experiment with this. If we enable those, oh my god, this might actually work. Guys, we might be gaming. Let's now mesh this with the other tiles and stuff. Just to see what this looks like. Whoa. It's actually so clean? What? How is it, like, just working? Then I have the speed set, right? Or I guess I don't have speed proper yet. Okay, so it does mess up when you increase the speed. But I'm not really too concerned about that right now. Unless we just keep that at 2. Because, I mean, that does curve perfectly. It does get a little warped. Maybe the issue is just the angle that we're dividing this or changing this by. Doesn't seem to matter. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter what I set my angle to. I can set it to whatever I want. It just doesn't change anything. I wish I could change the angle, because I think it would be interesting. Yeah, I can just set this to manual values so we can see. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to matter. I mean, I can set this to 2. It's kind of changing it. Maybe it's just because I'm giving it in units of pi is my issue. So Pixels Murphy, or Pixel Smurfy, welcome in. Yeah, this is Starground. It's a game I've been working on for a little bit over a year. Right now I'm messing with, also thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. We are messing with shaders for rotating the conveyor around a corner. So far it's going actually really good. We were struggling with this a while ago, trying to figure out like how we can distort this, because it's normally really easy, but the issue here is it's having to do this shader on a tile set is really complicated, because like the UVs are weird. But I'm getting this local UV thing now, and it's actually working really well. So I'm pretty happy about that. I think this will work great. We just have to get all this hooked up. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I can do this angle rotation stuff, because it seems like it's not passing anything in here. Doesn't seem like it matters whatever I change this to. It is changing it ever so slightly, I think. But not very much. It doesn't seem to do anything. You can see it is changing, but there's no rhyme or reason to it. I don't know. So, I don't know. I mean, technically this works. Is it because I'm not passing in... Oh, 2 polar. Oh, I might just be stupid. I think I figured out the issue. What app do I use to create my sprites? I use... I've been using Krita recently. I used to use Paint.net for a long time, but Paint.net's got issues. I've enjoyed Krita. Really, one of the things that I'm always like, you know, looking out for with art stuff is I want a program. Oh my god. Actually looks really good. That just looks perfect. Sorry, I'm just flabbergasted. How does it work so well? I don't know. But pi over 2 seems to do exactly what we want right there. That's crazy. Okay, anyways. So one thing that I really want out of a drawing program is the ability to do like pixel art, but also just regular general purpose stuff. So that's why I don't use Sprite so much. Sprite's definitely great if you're planning on only doing pixel art, right? Then I definitely recommend it. I think it's better than any other program at doing pixel art. But it can be annoying to have to do like Steam store assets and stuff and try and make that work with Sprite. I don't know. It doesn't have a lot of good tools for doing like high resolution photo editing. So, but Krita on the other hand does. So that's why I've enjoyed using Krita. It just depends on what you want. You know, if you're just doing pixel art stuff, I recommend Sprite. But if you're doing more than just pixel art, then take a look at Krita. Krita is free after all, so it's not a huge, you know, you could just mess around with it for a minute and see if it's what you want. And then if it's not, then no big deal, all right? But yeah, this is crazy that this is working. So now let's also go ahead and try and map this. So we are getting belt. Let's just say vec4 belt color. And we're gonna say mix belt coal texture UV 1.0. And this should also be belt color .a. I don't know why our texture is so tiny. What's going on with that? That's really weird. Why is our texture all warped? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess I can just multiply our UV. I guess I'd be dividing it in this case. One more. Huh. Yeah, this is like a little bit off. I don't know why it's like this. This is really weird. Yeah, it's true. Whatever works for the individual. Thanks for that. Yeah, no problem. Oh, I know why it's stupid. It's because our actual base texture is not a conveyor. It's the curved one. So it's going to be all screwed up. So let's go ahead and just try... come on. Changing this texture to just the right-facing one. I really want to see what this does. And then we have to fix our texture again. Why is it tiny? It's really weird. Should just be whatever our base texture is. Here, let's cut this just for a moment. Copy. Clear. Yeah, it's just that. So why is it like weird? Doesn't make any sense. Well, I'll just go ahead and pass in another material or another texture, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just call this base. We don't need this one to repeat. Oh, it's because UV is animated. That must be why. So I need to say, we need to have two. I'll call this one base UV. And then we'll have another one that's Vec2 animated UV for our conveyor. This is going to be base UV plus that. What do you mean expected? Ooh. 333. There we go. Now UV is non-existent. Let's change that to base UV. Whoa. It's better, question mark? It's really weird. I don't know why it's so tiny in this little like corner here. Doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's just because of what this value is here. Then 0. Why is it so tiny? It's kind of strange. I'm starting to think the texture's not what I think it is then. At least for a tile set. Ah, man, tile sets are a nightmare to work with. Well, whatever. We're just going to pass it another thing called base. Now use base. Now go grab our conveyor. It's going to be facing to the right. Whoa. That looks crazy. Now go back into our shader. And this will be mapped to belt color.a. Whoa, guys. Oh, it's because our base texture. That looks really good. That's crazy. Okay, we're on the right track then. But we still need to fix like the outside is like black. So it's not supposed to look like that. I need to figure out how we would change that. I guess we could multiply it by base UV. Just by base UVX. Whoa, that looks crazy. Looks like here, if I, just as an experiment here, say color is equal to texture base UV, whatever UV on this. What do you mean invalid? Oh. What now? Texture invalid. Oh, I just had to say color is equal to base UV. Vec 4 base UV. Oh my god, come on. There we go. So this is what our UV looks like. I guess we can just see that these values over here are too far. Like, they're both at full... I think they're both full red and... Are they both full red and green? It's hard to tell. But we just need to make sure that we're not displaying anything in those extreme values, right? So... how can we calculate that? We could read back... I have an idea. So we can say times base UV... just set it to G. So that's where the green alpha is. Yeah, so it looks like when it's at full maximum green, we want it to be invisible. So I think we can just say... also, what happens if we rotate this, though, right? It changes. That's one issue. So that won't work because we're going to have to change what it's multiplied by, but depending on our rotation. So we just need a way to, like... I guess what we could do is say anything greater than or equal to 1 gets returned as... Yeah, I guess that could work. For distance, it could just be set to 0. Because normally I'm not clamping this, and we can see what that looks like if I get rid of the clamping. And you'll see what that does. Is that, like, it goes past the normal values of what it can be. So I don't know, maybe that's what I need to do on purpose. And then... if there's any values of base UV over 1, so we say var molt, or float molt is equal to... we'll say by default molt is 1, but then we say if base UV... if any of those values are over 1, then we can say molt is equal to 0. Maybe. And now times molt. Um... G? Whoa. Okay, so that does kind of work, which is very interesting. So it kind of gives us the ability to, So we have to do that one on green, but here's the thing, I think if we flip this... Oh. No, it actually just frickin' works. Okay, awesome. So now we can clamp out all the bits that we don't want. So we can say color is that again. But then make sure at the end we're multiplying by molt. Look at that, guys. What a beauty. Actually works so well. It's crazy. Well, are we just good to go? Oh, well, that's disappointing. When we flip the sprites, the little bolts and stuff don't display properly. But honestly, they kind of look weird anyways, especially in the corner and stuff, so I might actually just get rid of them for the corners. I don't know. But man, we are so close to this being perfect. Yeah, we're really close. There's just a couple minor things I've got to do, but I think we're going to be able to figure this out, which is awesome. I don't think it's... I don't think that would matter. Might just have to do with the fact that we're not repeating our base texture. That's actually probably what it is. Oh, yeah. Easy fix. Oh man, I think we're good. And then yeah, if we want to flip the direction of the conveyor, we just pass in an alternative conveyor sprite. We just pass in one that's facing to the left. Like that. And then say reverse. It's slightly off with the UV. Just ever so slightly. I don't know why. It must just be because of how this texture's tiled or something. But it's freaking close enough. It's so close. I'm not even gonna bother fixing that. You know what I mean? I think we're good. Just wasted like my entire day trying to implement a state machine. Oh yeah. Man. Actually, I wonder if there's a way we can do this smarter. But state machines are cool though. They definitely I kind of wish that I understood state machines more when I first started working on Starground. I mean, I understood the conceptual idea of it, but I didn't really like dive into how do you actually implement it. And I wish I did. So because they are really nice. I've been kind of retroactively doing it for some things, and it's been really helpful. Just having like a nice frame of reference for what the state of an object is, you know? So, yeah. It's crazy that this is actually working right now, I gotta say. I kind of lost all hope, but looks like it's working. So I want to figure out, though, a way that we can like reverse the direction of the sprite, because sampler 2D, yeah, but I don't know. That just inverts the color. It's that easy to invert color? I guess it is. You just set it to negative. Okay. How do I learn Godot code? I feel like every time I watch a video I forget everything. Yeah, this is kind of one of the issues with like really big, long, like ultimate how to program kind of tutorials, because there's just too much information for you to really take in and process. So you spend all your time kind of just copying what they're doing in the video, but then after you're like, okay, well, I don't even know what I really did, right? That's the issue with a lot of tutorials. So tutorials are definitely good, and I think it's good to follow tutorials to get a general basis for things, but for me, at a certain point, moving into my just like throwing myself into the deep end and trying to learn things for real, at least for me, helps a lot more than just blindly following a tutorial. I would say, like, one thing that's always definitely super helpful is Godot documentation. If nobody's mentioned this on any of the videos you've seen or anything yet. What's nice about this is, like, it tells you what things do, but it doesn't necessarily tell you what to do, if that makes sense. And I think that's a really important thing. Like, okay, so let's say, for example, I want to know, I don't know, what I can do with a Sprite 2D node, right? And what's great about this is it's like, it tells you what all these different functions and stuff do. So there's properties, and properties are basically it's just a number or a value that's being stored in a script. And methods, which is all a method is just calling a thing in here and it runs that chunk of code, right? So it's just grouping up code into a little predefined thing. So you can see there's like some methods in Sprite 2D. Right here, is pixel opaque? So looking at the documentation, this instantly tells you a bunch of things. Bool means it's going to return true or false, right? Vector 2, that's so you know what like position you're supposed to pass in here, so that should be a vector 2, and it's going to return a const. Zenva subscription. I haven't ever like done subscription stuff. I know like some people have mentioned like what is that one? I don't know. I can't remember the name of it, but there's a lot of like websites where you like pay for courses and stuff. I think they're fine. I mean, a paid course is probably going to be a little bit more organized than like YouTube videos and stuff. But so I mean, I don't know. It's definitely not a bad thing. I would try it out. No, it's all good. No worries at all. But yeah, I'd definitely recommend just learning about documentation, and maybe even just watch a video about documentation to understand it better. Because as soon as you understand documentation, you're now no longer tied to having to watch a video for everything. Because you can start to break it up into chunks where it's like, okay, I want to create a character that walks around. Like I think one of the big things is setting your own goals and deciding like what do you actually want to make, right? Because then you can like backtrack from there. It's like, okay, I want to make a player. I always like to just visually represent this stuff, right? So it's like, here's I want to make a player. This is my ultimate goal. And then you can start to think of what are the components of that ultimate goal, right? So it's like, okay, to make a player, we're going to need code to make the player move. We're also going to need a sprite and all that stuff. So like, then you can branch off from here. Okay, I need to create a sprite for my character. I need them to visually exist. So, and this varies depending on whether you're doing 2D or 3D and stuff, but it's like, okay, I need to figure out what node I'm supposed to use. There's a node called Sprite 2D, so that's probably what I need to use. And then you can branch off from there. I need to create an asset for that node to work. So I always do this like in my head when I'm creating something, is I'm kind of like planning out everything I need to do and backtracking from there. So I know in the end I need to make a player, but it's so important, I think, to know how do you actually end up in that achieving your goal. That's like a big part of what programming is. It's just your ability to break up big problems into tiny problems. So now you've simplified this whole branch of this player stuff to just, I need to draw a player, right? And then likewise over here, this is the movement stuff. So you can think of like, or just the code for the player. You could have like processing input. You need to do, you know, health and all that stuff. And then you can break that up even more. How do I check for input in Godot? And there's a thing called an input map. And so you can look into input map stuff and, you know, I like that way of thinking about creating things because it helps so much. So you want to make a 3D horror game? Yeah. My mic is clipping sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my microphone. I've been having some troubles with that, I'm not gonna lie. I get is it like popping or is it just like clipping? Because I need to, let me listen back for a second. I mean, I can just decrease my microphone volume, but I need to hear what's happening here. Yeah, it's been really frustrating fixing. I need to hear what's happening here. Yeah, I'm really talking. Yeah, it's still, I'm gonna have to contact Rode or something. It's not clipping, it's like popping. I think there might be something wrong with my microphone because I've basically eliminated every other factor. I've swapped out my interface. I've changed my cables. It's annoying. So there might be something wrong with my microphone, I'm not sure. Which sucks, but yeah. Well, I do apologize about the popping. Just try to ignore it for now. I'll see what I can do about it. Yeah, I was wanting to make a 3D horror game too big of a goal. Not necessarily. I think horror games can be pretty easy to do. Also, the whole kind of like culture around horror games, people are very accepting of short horror games because it's just like a common thing, right? So yeah, I think that could be a good first thing to try out. 2D, in my opinion, is a bit easier. Just because you know, obviously you don't have to deal with the whole third dimension. I also think it's way easier to draw things than it is to model things. Because modeling is like, you have to have that creative vision for it, but then also at the same time understand all the like technical stuff related to that. Like having nice clean mesh geometry and what formats you should be exporting as. And it's a lot of knowledge that you have to learn. Yeah, Blender is hard. I mean, I've been using Blender for years and years, and I still kind of suck at Blender. So, yeah. But that's why I recommend drawing. If you're not, you know, if you haven't programmed before, I'd probably stick with 2D just because it's going to be easier for you to learn how to program in 2D instead of having to worry about the third dimensional stuff right now. So, yeah. Use text to model AI stuff. You can. But they tend to be a little, I don't know, ugly. Also, AI is really bad at creating good mesh geometry. It also just kind of doesn't understand right now, like, creating assets for video games. So I probably wouldn't do that, but yeah, see, that's the thing. I could like end up with a trillion verts because the AI just doesn't understand. I'm sure in the future that'll get a lot better, but yeah. Yeah, I would say like learn with just a little basic 2D project and then move to 3D once you're feeling more comfortable with the core principles of how GDScript works. Because the transition from 2D to 3D stuff isn't that bad as long as you already kind of have a good understanding of how to program. So, but yeah. I would just start with something very simple. I mean, you can do a 2D horror game. But you could do like, oh, I don't know, just a little simple platformer. You could do some kind of like roguelite thing. really you could do whatever you want. Or you could even try replicating another game. That's like a thing I see a lot where like try to make chess. Everybody knows what chess is and understands how it works. So then you can just think like, basically what that does is like choosing to replicate something. It completes this step for you, which is what do you want your end goal to be? Like basically your concept for your finished game. So like you could say, oh, I want to do chess. And then now you have that idea. And so you know what chess is like. You can start thinking, what are the parts of chess that I'm going to need to implement, right? So you can kind of think of like a chessboard is just a grid, right? So each like position on this chessboard, you can assign a, right, some kind of piece. So you can do, chess can be very data driven. Chess thought I'd have to make an AI. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with maybe not necessarily chess, but something like that that's just extremely simple in concept. Yeah, I wouldn't don't do multiplayer stuff. That's hard. So I would not recommend that. Yeah, just something extremely simple to start out with. Definitely a single player thing. Yeah, not necessarily chess. That's probably not the best example because it's a multiplayer game, but like solitaire or something, right? That might even be more complicated because you have to worry about like keeping consistent deck sizes. Honestly, probably just platformer is always a pretty easy bet because it teaches you the basics of like creating a player that can move around. Also like how to create like physics shapes and stuff. How do you make the player collide? Luckily, Godot makes that extremely easy. You just say move and collide in your process event. But yeah, you can mess with something like that and just set like a really simple goal of like, I want to create a player, right? And a super basic level that they can move around in. And you don't really have to go much further than that. You can if you want, and that's great. But I think it's just like, stick with something really simple. That's going to help you learn the basics before you worry about, because what you really want to avoid is picking an idea, thinking that it's going to be easy, and then you dive into it and realize, oh no, this is actually really complicated and hard. Because as soon as that happens, you lose all motivation. I've been there a million times with game ideas where I'm like, this would be cool. And then I'm getting into it and I'm like, oh God, this is really hard to make. And I made a lot of bad decisions in the concept and now it's going to be a nightmare. So yeah, try to avoid falling down that trap. Yeah, you could just like make something like Celeste, right? Where it's just like a little platformer. You jump on walls and stuff. So yeah, I think for the follow, I appreciate it. But yeah, that's what I'd recommend. I would start out, if you haven't done any programming, is just kind of learn the basics of like what scripts are and stuff, and we can go over that right now just a little bit. So whenever you have in Godot, everything is a node, right? And if you've already followed some tutorials, you probably already understand that concept where you like create this node. And all this is it's just an object, and it's going to have some values associated with it. Like a node 2D will have position and rotation, right? Just values that kind of tell the game what it's supposed to be. And then you can attach a script where you actually get into real code. So Godot, I think two of the main functions that you should know about are this one, which is _ready, and _process. These are kind of the two most important functions in Godot to understand when you're starting out. So these ones are already like made for you. All you literally do to make them work is just say function ready. And now here's your function in here. So ready happens whenever your object is first created in the world. So it's like, let's say you click play, your game loads up. This code will run once at the very beginning, right? And process is different because this will happen every single frame of your game. So in this, you would like check for input. Like right here, I'm doing that. Like if I'm pressing control, then, you know, stuff happens, which actually I need to get rid of that. But yeah. There's a good video by Brackies, which is, it's like programming, like it just goes over the like programming principles of Godot. Not necessarily like making a game and stuff, but yeah, this video, it's not bad. It goes over a lot of these things I'm talking about here, and it's kind of broken up into all these different chapters and stuff. So it's a really good video for if you kind of need somebody to guide you through it. But it goes over like the ultra basic first stuff, just printing hello world and ready, and it says it down there. It goes over syntax and all the different kinds of nodes and stuff. So I'd recommend taking a look at this. It also does go over documentation for a minute, which is good because tutorials never go over documentation. I think it's something so important that people don't emphasize the importance of. Got to understand how to read documentation. Yeah, arrays, loops, and dictionaries, and enums, and all this stuff. So yeah, give this video a watch. I think it's a pretty good overview of like just what these different things are with GD script, right? So Benny VV, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's nice because like the thing with this video is it's not telling you what game you're supposed to make. It's not saying, let's make a platformer, right? Say code slavery text. Thank you for the follow. It is complicated. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Game development is not easy. And don't let anybody tell you that it is. Yeah, ads are coming up in just a minute, so we'll wait on that. But yeah, it's a lot of work. There's a lot that you have to learn. There's no easy way around it. It's not like you can cheat and like cheese your way out of having to do the hard work. But it pays off though. I mean, it's really the ability to create a whole virtual world, a universe in your computer is really cool. So yeah, we got ads coming up in a minute. I apologize, gamers, but it'll be over soon. Let's get all these different variations for conveyors set up now that it actually works, which is super cool. So yeah, I mean, these don't even need a base sprite, really. So I think what I'm going to do is just do this in terms of the direction stuff like we did over here. Got to put in ads. Yeah, it's all good. We'll wait. So we're just going to say flip H on this. Yeah, this needs to be reversed, and then we load up this one. Okay, so that one's going to be facing to the right, and then we're going to have another one here. Just copy this same shader. And this one will be flipped vertically. Okay, we're going to have to make this unique. Like, oops, that. And then we're not going to reverse it and change this sprite back to this one. So here's what we're sort of slowly building up is each direction. So we're starting with the conveyors that go to the right, right? Now we're going to do the conveyors that are pointing down. And we're just going to keep going along. And then we've got the ones pointing to the left and the ones pointing to the right. So let's do the ones pointing down. We're going to make this material unique. Like that. That one's already in the right position, so reverse it. Change this. Now the ones pointing to the left. Flip H. Change the sprite. Boom. This one also needs to point to the left. Boom, done. So let's make sure these are all good. Right, right, down, down, left, left, and now up. And we're done. That one's done. Make unique. And boom. Check it out, guys. We got all the rotations of our conveyors. Sick. So now we can finally integrate this into the code. That's what's next here. We're gonna have to somehow check the surrounding neighbors and stuff, but what I might do is actually just have a signal inside of each conveyor when a new conveyor is placed, or just run like a check and see what the current tile is at a given position. So that's probably what we'll do. All right, ads are almost over. 10 more seconds. Let's just wait. All right, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Have to wait suburb, but you're super cool for taking time out of your day and help me out. I'm new and needed it. Sorry for keeping me off track though. No, you're all good. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to help. Hopefully, you know, it goes well. I wish you the best of luck. And I'm always here streaming. If you ever have questions about stuff, you're welcome to pop in here and ask away. So, okay, so now we have, yeah, we have all our freaking conveyors finally. So I'm gonna have another, I guess, just on add conveyor. That's really all we need to do. Pop in again. Hopefully see it. Yeah, sounds good. Have a good dinner. Okay, right here. So we're gonna get our direction, but we need to figure out what rotation should this conveyor be, right? So that is something we're gonna have to figure out here. Now, technically, we could actually just use auto tiling for this. Wouldn't be a bad solution. We could experiment with that. I don't know how well this is going to work, but since it's a tile set, we're kind of, makes it kind of easy, actually. So we've created a, terrain set. So now we can go to paint, terrains, terrain set 0. Add all these to the terrain sets. So we can think of this in terms of the endpoints, right? I'll give this an actual terrain. So the two ends of that are going to be that. That's going to be that. That's going to be that. Well, I guess that doesn't work because we don't know which one is which. We'll just do the very endpoints like that. Yeah, that makes sense, because then they would connect to each other like that. So this one will be like that if there's... let's see, how do we do this? I would do it like this, but I don't know if this is going to work. We can try it. But I think it's going to cause some weird issues. Yeah, because the thing is if we have a conveyor facing left, and then one going down, it's going to be like, hey, there's a one to my left, so it's going to change into this sprite over here. Or this one here, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how this would work, because the thing is like, it doesn't just depend on the proximity of these tiles. Really what it depends on is its actual direction. So I think we're going to have to create our own auto tiling thing. It's not a big deal. I've done it before. We can actually just look at what we had in our conveyors before. Right, and here. And then check our auto tiling down here. Oh, that's conveyors. We need to go into conveyor. Because I already have functions for running these checks. So I can actually just kind of copy this. Go into conveyors. And I'm going to call this function update tiling. I'll call it like check corners or something. So we don't really need to check that anymore. We don't need to do ray casting anymore. Okay. And we're going to pass in a position for whatever our conveyor is. So we're going to say var current. And I'm just going to have this set up to where it just checks if there's a left or right or whatever. So that was just going to be data.get. And we already have that one, well, whatever. We'll just say position, oh, but these change position depending on our array, don't they? Because we're changing. Because inside of our conveyors, or conveyor script, these ray casts are changing rotation depending on, yeah, our actual direction. So we're going to have to calculate that, like what our direction is. I guess I can just rotate everything. I don't know, this might not be quite as easy as I thought. Well, we could figure out a way to like get these rotated. What we can say is just say var rotation or whatever is going to be our current.rotation. It's gonna be a vector 2i. And that's going to be vector 2.right.rotated to our rotation. But actually, that's just our direction. So we can just say current.direction, I think. Oh, but I guess I need to rotate each one of these individually, so we'll do this. Var checks is equal to an array. Let's do this. We're going to say vector 2, vector 2, vector 2. And these will be all the different directions that we're going to be checking. So we're just going to start right, down, left, up, which is 0, -1. Oops. Technically, we don't ever need to check what's in front of us, because it just doesn't matter. So we don't need to do this one. Okay, so now we're going to say dot rotated to rotation. And that'll give us our directions. So this is going to be right. So we're going to say right is equal to checks, or it's going to be data.get checks, whatever. checks at index 0. Back is equal to data.get checks at index 1, and left is this. Okay, so that'll give us all of our stuff. That'll help now. Yo, season rights? Thank you for the cheese time. What's going on? So now instead of saying this, I can just say if back. I don't have to check any of that anymore. And we just say if back dot direction is equal to current dot direction. Oh, I'm saying if back is true. I'm gonna make these references. Then we have our left.
Gotta say, love the facial hair thing you got going on. Keep up the good work on the video game.
Thank you, Season. I appreciate it. Yeah, I finally grew out the beard. I wanted to try it. I don't think it's too bad. I kind of like the goatee versus just a full beard. Because the full beard can be annoying to me. I mean, I haven't really like grown out a full beard, but I imagine it would be based off of the little that I have done. But yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to figure out how this works. So back. Okay, so basically, if there's one colliding in the back, then that's it. We don't do any curving, so we just say, we just straight up say back is true and then return. So we don't have to check if not back. That's just inefficient. Yeah, because all of this happens in there. Please, we need to cook. Cook what? So yeah, if it's equal to our same direction. Okay, so now we can check all the other stuff. So if we have a left reference, then we're going to check that belt. So we're going to say if left ref dot direction is equal to current dot direction. Notice I'm saying dot rotated here. I guess we can do that. And then what's this saying? If we haven't gotten, let's just do this as an early check, I guess. Or no, but that's checking if left or, yeah. So we'll say if not left or not right, or and not right. Well, then we just do nothing. We just keep our straight sprite. So we just, oh, but I guess we're going to have to reset our things. Right? So like if back, we actually have to just set our tile. So we have to say set cell chords position 0. Okay, I see, yeah. Whatever our thing is there. So normally what we'd be doing here then is this, and we're getting index. So I think that's important to get down here. Yeah. So that's going to give us, yeah, that'll be the first, like the straight ones. And same down here, we set it to the straight ones. Okay. So this one is saying if left is true. I think what we need is almost like we need like a switch statement. Probably. Like a binary tree. And this is going to be if right reference. If right ref dot direction is equal to current dot direction. We do that. Then. So this is saying if left or back, we don't need to check back anymore because if there's ever a collision on the back, then it's going to stay straight. So that just immediately returns. Yeah, we don't have to check back. So we're going to say if we've collided on the right, if we're also colliding on the left, then that means that we're going to stay straight, right? I'm going to just put notes in here. I don't need to know if that's, yeah, so stay straight. Then this one will be basically if we're only facing left. And we'll figure out what that needs to be given our current rotation and all that jazz. But it's kind of just so we can calculate some like number of which index it has to be, right? And then this is else. I'll just mention here, right only, right? Okay, so this is not too bad. Basically, we're just getting the references to right, back, and left. If we're on the back, we just immediately set it and return. So we can actually, I think up here, instead of running set cell now, is after we've done all this stuff, then we run check corners on our current position. And then also for all of the ones around us too. So we're going to have this array up at the top. Directions. And then down here we're going to say for I and ders, check corners position plus I. Okay. Hopefully this all works. So I should probably make sure that this is like a consistent pattern in here of our direction, whether it's left or right. Because this is left, right, down. Yeah, see, these two are swapped. But I think I can just select it and drag it. I think I can just... I think there's a way to move tiles. I can't remember though. What is this little button? Oh. I don't know, maybe there's not. Oh, in select mode, I think I can move them. Oh yeah, so we can just swap these around really easily. Awesome. So that's left, right. This is wrong. So now that's left, right. That's left, right. And that's now left, right. Okay, so now we kind of have like a pattern. It's always left, right, left, right, left, right, plus whatever our direction is. So that'll make it way easier for us to determine what it needs to be here. So This is good. This is good. Now down here, we can say... Right? This is right only. So, okay, for example here, we're going to say it's at our index, but it's going to be plus int or whatever, plus 1. So let's see. If we're facing 0, it's going to be plus 2, 3, 4. I guess it's plus 4 if it's left. And then likewise down here, if it's right, it's going to be plus 4, but then also plus 1 more because it's the right one instead. Right? Then this is just stay straight. This is stay straight. So I think that's literally it. All right, let's try this out. I have no idea if this is going to work. I might also need to change. There might be like references to these atlases down there or something, so might also have to change that. Also, before I go ahead and run this, we're gonna have to run this same code whenever we are removing a conveyor as well, right? Position plus I. Also, I think there's gonna be some errors in here when we run this. I realize check corners. I think we're gonna have to do, because I'm saying dot rotated on these, which is fine, but then I'm trying to evaluate these to each other, or I'm saying get on these, which is bad. So I think I have to say vector, or I'll just do it up in here for checks. Just make sure these are being converted back into vector 2i's. Okay. All right, that should work. So yeah, I gotta make sure all these like match up. Now that shouldn't be any issue there. I guess I don't even need to know if back is true here or not. I just say if there is one in the back, then just stop. Okay. Also, I think I need to fix something here. This doesn't seem right. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. I gotta make sure all these are correct. Because I'm also calling direction on here, but these are not. So I have to cast this back to a vector 2. It's only because this is a tile set. Otherwise, you normally wouldn't use vector 2i's for this, but now I have to cast this back like that. Make sure I'm doing the same thing over here. Oops, that should be there. Does vector 2i have the rotated function? Yeah, vector 2i does not. I ran into this because I was like, oh, well, it should. Of course it would. But then I looked in here and I'm like, oh, it actually doesn't. And that's because the dot rotate function, dot rotated, basically, it can return values that are, you know, fractions. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but also at the same time, you think, yeah, right, you think there'd be like a function that would just round it instead for a vector 2i. I don't know. Seems really odd to me, but whatever. Okay, so let's run through this one more time. If there's one in the back, do nothing. If there's one on the left, we say left is true, and we set the cell. So then we run through the right. We're going to say, if there's one to the right, we say right is true. if there's one on the left, then we know that we're supposed to stay straight and we just set cell. Otherwise, if there's not one in the right, or not one on the left, we just say set cell on the right, and then we actually return here again. So I think that should work. Let's try it out. I hope this works. I'm gonna restart the game just in case. You never know. Oh, my back. It's painful. Back injuries suck. They take a long time to heal. I mean, to be fair, this one's healed pretty quick, I guess. Whoa. Thank you for the hydrate, Aragon. Oh. No, my goodness. Do I not have a rotation value on my conveyor data? I guess I just have direction. Okay, that's fine. We also had to do this thing again. Where did it crash? Here we go. We have to convert that into an angle, back into a vector 2. Okay, let's try this again. It's gonna do that for every single conveyor. Oh, man. I'll probably make a new world for this because I just want to experiment with like a confined area right now. And even if we get all this conveyor stuff working with the undergrounds and the splitters, we still have to make all this work with multiplayer. So it's gonna be a lot of work, guys. We'll get there eventually. Well, it's already doing stuff. Oh, wait, no, those were in the tile set. Okay, let's try this out. Awesome. Oh, duh. I had to say, if not current, return. Okay. So far, not good. Hey, Ever, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in. So that is just not running the code. Let's make sure that everything's running in here. So, yeah, what's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? What do you got going on? I'm gonna print position in here whenever that we do run this code. Blender, okay, nice. Station design, awesome. I always do really enjoy designing like hard body modeling stuff. I'll model characters just because I have to, but I think it's really fun sometimes to you know, model like a spaceship or some corridor or something, you know. Okay, so this is definitely running the code. Let's not worry about looping through all of them right now. I'm just going to run the one that we are placing. And I'm sure there's a reason why it's not working as we're expecting here. So that's placing at position 1, 0. Oh, no, I'm just stupid. It's at position 2, 4. So it should be fine. We have our checks, which are all of those, but then rotated. Get checks. I'm gonna print what all these references are. So print right ref. Let's actually just print S. Yeah, anyways, we've been working on more conveyor stuff today. But we're getting really close. We finally cracked the shader on making them rotate properly. I've been converting all of our shaders over into a tile map recently. It's been a lot of work, but it's definitely going to be worth it, though, for performance, right? Okay, so the issue is that we're not getting back a valid conveyor from our checks. So I presume that it is just not working here. Let's actually print out what these are. So print S. I'll just print checks. My assumption is that it's not returning a good value. Oh, I'm just incredibly stupid. It's because I didn't say position plus those. That would do it. Let's try this again. You guys ready for the big test? Okay. So it's facing down for some reason. Not to fret, we'll figure it out. So why is it facing down? That's interesting. Let's make sure that we're like incrementing the proper values and stuff. So what should be happening is that it should just have left reference here. This should be the only code that gets ran. Right? Yeah, it did get ran. So let's figure out and make sure that this is actually accessing the proper index. Oh, it's because there's 2 rotations for each one. So the down ones need to be offset by more than that. Duh. So it needs to be +4 plus index. Because if we're at 0, yeah, it's +4, but then for that one, we also need to be plus that. Because let's think here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That needs to be +1 more. And then if we're at 3, or 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so all we need to say is just index +4, yes, but we also need to say plus index again. Or I guess just index times 2. Yeah. So let's try that out. Whoa, guys. Check it out. That's a left corner conveyor. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, it's working. The reason that one didn't update is because I temporarily deactivated our code up here for forcing the others to check themselves, but we just changed that and it should work. Looks like it's working already. Boom, check it out. It's so it's so cursed seeing the conveyors be perfectly round, but it's good. I like how it looks. It's just like I'm so used to the old conveyor. It feels weird, you know what I mean? But it's nice. Then we got a nice little circle. So yeah, there's still some very minor distortion you can see along these conveyor belts, like at the edges here on a couple of these. Not all of them though. It's weird. I think this one's not distorted. Nope, that one also is distorted. Never mind. but they connect with each other just fine. But see, that one's not distorted, the one facing down and then to the left, so we'll have to figure out exactly which ones are distorted and which ones aren't. I think... Ah, I see. So when they're facing clockwise, they are not distorted, but then when they're facing counterclockwise, they are. So that's just something that we're going to have to figure out and fix. I don't think it'll be a big deal. Yeah, kind of an interesting observation. Also, we need to paint our physics layer onto here. Boom. I kept... That's why when I placed it down, it consumed all my materials, because there was no physics layer. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think we're, things are looking good. Yeah, I'm so glad that that's working now. We can load up into a larger factory now and experiment. So actually, I'm curious, all the ones that are counterclockwise, are those using a different sprite? Let's figure that out. Are all these ones using the one facing to the right? They are. So that must be what it is that we just need to change our offset on the one facing the other direction. Which should be pretty easy to do. So let's see if that actually makes it perfect. Because, oh, I would love it if it was. I can't remember which conveyor belt it is in here. Here, let's just sort by date. Of course, I can't view the images for some reason. But I think it's tile, conveyor tile. So that's our regular belt, but there's another one in here that's facing the other direction. Conveyor base. Conveyor tile belt. Here we go, conveyor tile left. So I think all we need to do to make this work is just grab that, push this, and paste that. I don't know for sure, but let's see what it does. Oh, that looked kind of promising. Yo. That's so clean. It's perfect. It's perfect, guys. It just works. That's something that's always like kind of irked me a little bit. Like not a whole lot, but like if we look at the trailer over here and try and find like the corners were always they always had like a border that you could see on the edges of where they connect with regular conveyors. It's really hard to see on this video, especially because it's dark, but look at that right there where like that arrow is just completely offset with this one. It always bothered me, but I think we cracked it, which is cool. Oh, it's gonna run better. We don't have all these extra nodes laying around. Yeah. Let's just make sure that these are all good really quick. Whoa. Did you guys see that? I wonder why it showed that. No idea. Okay, let's do this setup again. And then the one facing the other way. Sheesh. It's so nice. It just works, dude. It's awesome. No, that's really cool. I'm glad I'm finally beat. I won the battle after all this time. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it is funny just how it's like it's almost like too perfect, you know what I mean? But nah, it's fine. It's exactly what I want. And yeah, breaking them, the tiling is all working proper. Yeah, smooth corners. But I love how the belt finally just perfectly matches with the rest of it, you know? There's no distortion anymore. I think that's my favorite part. I just kind of want to go pick up my luggage from the airport, yeah. The only other thing that we will have to work on with the auto tiling specifically is figuring out a way to make these tile with splitters, because right now they're not going to. The way that the tiling is set up in the conveyor code is it's only going to tile with other conveyors. We also have to make a tile with the undergrounds too. But I don't think that'll be too big of a deal. What I'll probably do is just whenever the splitter is placed down, it'll probably update the conveyors, or I guess we will have to I don't know, we'll figure it out. I could also do something funky where I have like I have another dictionary that's just called like auto tile points, and it doesn't really contain much data. All it is just a list of positions, you know? And that way you can just grab like the splitter would be putting down both of its positions inside of that list. So you place down the splitter, and then it makes those two tile positions in that list, so that the conveyors know to actually also search from that position too. And I guess we could attach some data with it, just like basically just direction. That's all we need to know. So yeah, there's ways we can easily get around that. It would be cool if we kind of integrate that in with the movers too, where it's like if you have a mover facing into a conveyor like this, it'll like tile into the mover, you know? And obviously if you place another one beneath it, it won't. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to be super like performance impact on auto tiling like this won't be anything, because it only happens whenever you place a conveyor. It's not like it's going to be super slow. So we don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, I don't know. I'm glad that even this is working right now. We can go ahead and load up a different save now and just look at what a larger factory looks like with a bunch of auto tiling. Just load this one up for funsies. Still printing a million things in the output, so we'll change that obviously, but yeah, it's like printing all the coordinates out. Man, I guess it's really slow to print all those coordinates. Yeah. Let's go take a look at the conveyors. Oh yeah. Look at that, what a beaut. Also, I don't know why that one's curving to the left though. It's a little odd. Because there's no conveyor to the left of it. Oh, unless they just, yeah, it must have been that conveyor was placed to the left. Yeah, duh. Makes sense. Look at all these beautiful conveyors. Nice. Well, I'm really glad I finally figured that out. That's one of the things that was like haunting me, you know? It's like, how am I gonna do the cornering on the conveyors and stuff? Also, we're getting some weird item things happening here. For some reason, I'm not seeing the items render. It might have something to do with the way that we're generating our image, actually. Oh, I'm actually just really stupid. When I made that change to the atlas, I realized I didn't actually multiply it by the number of items, I think. So if we go down to ready again. Did I not? So that'd be stupid if I didn't. Items table dot size should be okay. I don't know. Oh, is it because inside of the shader, I'm probably not passing in. I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, I don't know what the size of the image is of our atlas, so I can do that. I think we have more room here. Yeah, so we're giving it... Let's see, what is this? Where am I setting the instance data here? Or that's inside of conveyors. Hopefully we can pass in that. Remove conveyors. It's down in process. Yeah, see, we're only passing in atlas index and the size, but we're not even passing in the width and horizontal height. So we can easily do that. Just say this is data rg data.b, and then say pass in global dot, you know, atlas resolution. Item atlas resolution. It'll be a vector 2. And then down in ready, where we're doing our funny things again, we're going to say item atlas resolution is vector 2, these two things. And we even have a third thing that allows us to pass in the height if we decide to increase that. So that's cool. Although we could kind of infer what the height is based off of our index and stuff, because I think what I'm going to do is just have it expand out horizontally until we hit the maximum size. And then if we need more, we can just start stacking them vertically. But we probably won't even need to bother with that. Okay, so now we're just going to say item atlas resolution bop.x bop.y. Save that. Back into conveyors. .x. Do I mention 1638 whatever in here? No, I'm good. Alrighty, let's take a look at this, and then we'll probably be ending stream. Single player. I guess we can just load up the save for a second. It is really slow, but all right, because we're still printing out every single coordinate. Whoopsies. Man, this save takes a while. But the save will actually load a lot faster than new conveyors, because we're not having to load and instantiate a new scene with the conveyors now, which is actually going to make a huge difference. items are still broken, so I don't know why. It's actually confuzzling. Oh god, this save is so slow. RGB. Should be passing that in as a custom value now. Oh, let's try first off, let's do this. Only one instance. Instance custom. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. So it's item atlas size times our items table dot size, which I'm just going to print out our item atlas resolution. Okay. Let's load a more simple save, because another one's a little bit slow. But we're working on it. So yeah, we gotta figure out why this isn't, also there's probably printed up here the size. Yeah, 6,000 by 46, so it should be okay. But I put an item on and then it just disappears. So I don't know what I did to break it. Seems like changing it to 1638 broke everything. Let's see if I'm mentioning that value anywhere else. It's 16384, right? Divided by 512? What did I do? Well, guess it's all broken now. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I actually did to break it. I mean, what I'm passing in here is our index, our size, and our resolution. I see you got the corners working. I think the issue is because you're dividing both X and Y in the shader by the same value. Oh, am I? Let's see, I got index, size, and resolution. .x. So now I'm just dividing it by data.b. I wonder if it's like something where there's a limit on how big these values can be. I mean, I don't think there is, though. I think it's just a float. So what's the issue here? I'm saying UV plus data R, which is our index. Unless it changed like the order of operations. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. Duh. Stupid. I just have to divide it by vec2 data b 0. Thank you for catching that. I was like wondering what's going on. Okay. And then multiplying that by data.g, which is rg, that's the atlas size. Actually, that should just be... Here, this is confusing. By 1, not 0. Oh, right, yeah, duh. Okay, so wait, let's make sure that what we have here makes sense. So, we want the UV plus data.r, which is our index. That makes sense because our UV is from 0 to 1. We're going to divide it by... Yeah, I think this will work. Probably going to have to restart the game for this to apply. Yeah. Unless this is going to throw a wrench in everything. Data.g, G, size. That should be okay, because the vertical height is the atlas size. Eventually, we will have to change that once we pass in our atlas vertical height, but I think we're okay for now. Let's double check this really quick. Why's my alarm going off right now? Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Apparently I still broke everything. Oh. It's technically working, but I think I'm compressing the vertical height or something. Oh, that's because I'm changing... Here, let's just do it the right way. I'm gonna start passing in the Y. So... Here, let's just rebuild this whole thing. So UV plus vec2 data.r 0. Snooze that ad for a second. Now what we want to do is divide that, just the X. Divide by vec2 data.b 0. And I want to multiply the height of that by our atlas size. So all of that times vec2 1. Also, that should not be 0. Times data.rgba. So that should work. Let's make sure, though. Well, so yeah, I guess I really don't need to pass in the item atlas resolution Y, because we can figure out what that is based off of our index, right? Because we know that, like... Oh, I guess we need to know because... I think that matters for the UV stuff. Actually, no, I don't think it does, because it'll just be the same. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we actually cross that bridge. Let's make sure really quick that this is normal. I'm definitely doing something wrong with this. Now it's just super wide and flat. I love breaking things. So, what did I do now? Maybe my issue is that I'm multiplying... I don't think I want to multiply that. Maybe I just want to do that. Let's see here. Because our UV should be from 0 to 1. This is going to be really stretched out. So we want to divide it by, yeah, our resolution. And times are, yeah, that should work. I think that's I think that's correct. Because this was basically getting like the size of 1 pixel based off our UV, which is data.b, which is going to be 6,000. We're dividing it by 6,000, so we get 1 pixel of UV, and then we multiply that by our atlas size in terms of pixels. Let's make sure this works. What did I do? Well, this is why we have GitHub, ladies and gentlemen. We can just go fix it. It's not a big deal. But I wonder what I did change. I mean, I guess it's just the fact that I changed the resolution of the sprite. Seems odd, though. Where is it? It's gonna be conveyor .gd shader. Here we go. Oh, so I guess with PEMDAS. Okay, yeah, I'm just doing the wrong order of operations. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna fix this off stream. I gotta go eat dinner and stuff. But thank you, gamers, for coming to stream. I appreciate it. Besides that whole issue, I'm very happy that we got the corner conveyors working, which is awesome. I gotta give props to that proper tile map tile UV shader on Godot shaders, because that solved all my problems. I guess that's just a smart way of doing it, of just grabbing your vertexes instead of world UV stuff. It just makes sense. Oh, it looks like there's other tile UV shaders from a long time ago. Okay. Well, I didn't know that that was a thing. Oh, but this one's like different. Oh, it's such a clean solution just using the vertexes. Yeah, this is a nice one. Okay, anyways. Yeah, it doesn't work for animated tiles, which is the only thing, but I'm not animating my tiles. I don't care. All right, let's go find somebody to raid. Who would we like to raid? Let's take a look at the team, the indie game developers team. So Drifter's playing Peak. I do love some Peak. Knobs is doing games plus demos. Is that that one game with the blocks? I think it is. We got Funbase Alpha. Oh, they're in ad zone though, which is unfortunate. It can be hard to find people to raid. What does this person do? Robot shooter? Maybe. Okay, let's raid B.O. Problem. I think we've raided them in the past. Well, okay. Thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Feel free to buy Starground. It's on sale for the Automation Fest right now. And yeah, I'll be live next on Wednesday. I'm really going to try and get this experimental build for all the conveyors up really soon. I think we're right there. I mean, the conveyors work, the corners work now. So yeah, I don't think it'll be a problem. I think I'll be able to get it ready to go. Yeah, thank you, gamers. Feel free to join the Discord. And that's gonna be it. So I will see you all on Wednesday. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.